Hey, welcome to this course. We are going to talk about design system. We are going to learn what is really a design system, how to use it. And at the same time, we will be learning Figma to create our own design system. And in all the process, we will be learning how to make layouts, grids, how to choose colors, how to create your own palette, how to pick good typefaces, as well how to create vertical rhythm, how to choose your typographical scale. And of course, we will be creating a lot of components or elements for your design system, like checkboxes, radio buttons, of course, text inputs, text areas, all that kind of stuff. I hope you join to the class. My name is Bruno. I'm UX and UI designer. I work for big data company. I try to make simple, difficult products. So I hope to see you in the lesson, and let's get started with it. So first of all, thank you for joining to the course. I'm going to give a brief introduction about what are design systems. Basically, a design system is a mix between UI components for designers and coding components for developers and front-end developers. So that mix that usually is combined is what makes a design system. Imagine a component, a button. Okay, imagine in an organization that every time a designer has to put a button, has to make it by himself or herself all over again. And the same thing applies to the developer. Imagine every time the developer has to put a button in the page, has to go and see the border radius, the color, the typefaces, and everything. So that's pretty time consuming, and at the very end it gives inconsistency to the platforms or the products you are building. So basically design systems are pretty good to give consistency to all designs, make easier to design with less decision making so everybody stays aligned, enhances a better workflow with development teams. Because if you have shared components, you are not discussing every day what kind of components you are doing, and everybody talks the same language. So at the very end, that makes the product design last longer because you make less mistakes. Everything is more consistent. As I told you, all teams speak the same language. And at the very end, this is pretty important for the business and the company, because or for yourself, because on the long run it saves money. At the very end, it can seem like something that you spend money on it, and because maybe you spend like a month doing it, or maybe you are not alone. You are working with a group of 3 or 4 people. So at the very end, it's a little bit of money risking, but at the very end, in the long run, it's pretty good to do. And at the very end, the important thing is that you're going to make better products. So this is why basically I recommend to make a design system. Not all products need it. Some products just need like a basic UI kit and some talking with the front end guys, but mostly I recommend it almost every time. So let's get started and see some design systems that I recommend to have a look. Okay, so let's go for it. So welcome to this lesson. We are going to learn a little bit the Figma interface. If you already have used Figma before, you can skip this lesson because maybe it's a little bit boring to you. But if it's the first time you fire up Figma, just a little reminder of what it is. Figma is a design and prototyping tool. For me right now is one of the best tools out there. And the cool thing about Figma is that it can be a desktop application, but as well you can work on the browser, on any file. So you can use it on any operative system like Mac, Windows, Linux, wherever you want to design. You are good to go. So it's a fantastic tool, because there are other tools pretty cool, like Sketch, that only works for Mac, or well, Adobe XD works for Mac and PC. But if you are a Linux user, it's going to be complicated. So anyway, let's get started and let's create our first file here. Since I'm in the desktop application, you will see now that I have this menu here, but anyway, everything can be done just inside this inside this window. So we don't need this menu here. When this is kind of our projects page, and then I have like already one created, but I can press here in the plus button and go to new file. And the fantastic thing is the file just open itself like a blank canvas. Now if you click here, you can take the name. So we are going to rename this Skillshare design system. And we are going to learn the basic tools here. I won't go too deep because we will see it later. As we see before, we have this menu here, but the same functions, you are going to have them here too. So it's exactly the same menu up here than here. So well, you can check that there are a lot of things like new file. You can import from Sketch. You can place images, export, save versions. Figma has this cool feature that you can you have the versioning system inside of it, inside its core, so you don't have to depend on third-party software. And well, and let's go to the important thing here. We have here the move and scale tool. Here we have the frame and the slice tools, and here we have our polygon things, our rectangle, lines, arrows, our object or shapes. And you have here like a shortcut to place your images. This is the for vector. This pen, just you can just paint wherever you want. The pencil, I find indeed I never use it, but if you are you use a tablet for designing, you're good to go with the pen. Or yeah, if you are making some illustrations. The T tool, it's obviously for text, and this is for comments, to put comments inside your designs. I recommend, as you can see here close to these objects, you can see here some letters like R, L, Shift L. These are the shortcuts. I recommend just to remind the basics like rectangle, oval, line, and the frame. These are pretty useful. Oh no, I don't want to put comments now, so I'm going to press F, and I'm going to be able to put a frame. If you are coming from Sketch call them artboards. In other software they call them canvases. Here Figma call them frames. Okay, so this is pretty important to remember because everything has to be designed in frames in Figma. Okay, so if we press if we press F, A works as well, A or F. So if you select the F key, or you go to frame,
you can see here on this right sidebar that you have like some presets for the phone, for the tablet, for the desktop, watch, paper, social media, whatever. This is pretty cool, so you don't have to get too stressed about what sizes to choose and everything. If I'm designing for websites, I usually go with MacBook Pro. And someone might say, why don't you go to desktop? All right, because as you can see, they share the same width, like 1440, but the height here is less height. And I find this pretty cool, or I like it more, because when you are presenting something to a client with this, the aspect ratio, it's a little bit too square for my taste. Let's just give an example how all of them look. So we press F again, and then we choose MacBook Pro, and now you can see the difference here, that is more like, this is more squared, like this 4/3 or something, and this is more like, panoramic style. For presentations is going to fit better. And as well, when I'm designing for websites, usually you have to take into account that usually here comes the browser. We have to zoom the browser, the tabs, the menus, all the stuff, and behind probably we have something to, like the toolbar or something. So at the very end, this is going to sum up something like this, but I want my designs to be better like this. So this is our frames where we can put our elements. I have just pressed R to make a rectangle. Okay, so something interesting too, when you are putting objects in your canvas and you select them, is that you can see here on the sidebar that you can use like aligning, that it aligns to the canvas on the top, on the middle, As well, you can move it around here. You can move it around as well with just selecting. But imagine you was to position here on 0, 0, because you want it on the top. You just do it for a header, for instance, something like this. It's going to be pretty straightforward. Sometimes you go something like this, you don't realize that you are, like 18 pixels before you should. So that's pretty cool. And other things you can do here as well, let's zoom in a little bit here, that you can do it with Command or Control plus buttons. That here you can change the border radius of our rectangle. If we zoom in here a little bit more, we can see here as well that we can move around these control points and change the border radius easily. Sometimes you may need, for instance, if you are designing like a car or something, like a ticket, or you want to give this feeling that you want these borders to be with radius and this to be a square, because if you do this, all of them are going to change. But there is this little icon here, independent corners, you can put them out, and then you can come here and you can just round them up a little bit, so in case you need this kind of play like car or something, you can do it. Okay, so here, well, we will talk later about all this stuff, but yeah, we will talk later about it. So you just need to know that the tools that you need to design everything, they are here. And well, something interesting is that you can change the color here in this field panel, but this is pretty much what you need to get started right now. So I see you in the next lesson. Hey, welcome back. In this lesson we are going to see what are the main components, how is made a design system. I have here prepared a few examples. All those are free, so you can just download them. I will put the links so you can have a look at them and play around with them or modify them or whatever you want to do. As I said, they are free to look at them. If we see here the first one, we can see that we have in these pages like colors, typography, icons, some assets, border radius, pretty important, shadows as well, grids, dividers, branding, controls, which is primarily buttons, and then forms and cars and all that stuff. Then this part as just the components. Let's have a look at another one. As we can see, we have again colors, typography, then the components. They have included here some frames, which include some shadows, some UI elements, some iconography too. But as you can see, it's kind of the same. Let's have a look to another one. Here they start with the grid, pretty important, the grid and the layouts for different devices. They have again the colors, typography, icons, some assets like avatars, border radius again, some dividers, and shadows, pretty important too. And then the components here, like buttons, forms, charts, cards, test components, etc., etc. You can have a look here. Well, they have built here some charts. So yeah, cards, test components. But yeah, as you can see, there is kind of a foundation in all these design systems that are colors, typography, grids and layouts, and border radius and shadows. And there is an important thing too, that it's called spacing. These are the space you define between the elements, but we are going to see in depth, like in a minute or so. Then we can go to some websites where some companies, they have put their design systems. There are some web pages like Design Systems Repo or Adele. I will put the links too, that where you can see some design systems here and you can explore them. Just click on them, have a look how these enterprises are making it, right? There are two that I really like. One of them is Carbon. This is the design system of IBM. Yeah, it's a kind of an open source design system, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty extensive. It's so extensive that sometimes it's overwhelming somehow, but hey, what we need in this part, it's to see what are the common patterns between all the design systems, so we can get the best of all of them and what to do at the very beginning. So as we can see here, they are defining the grid too. They are using like a 2-pixel grid. They changed it because they at the very beginning they were using the 8-pixel grid. Then they went to 4, and now they realize they need a 2-pixel grid to be more accurate and to fulfill all their needs. So, but as we can see, this is the important thing. They all goes in the same way. So they talk about the grid and layouts, the color, the icons again. They talk a little bit about pictograms and motion, but this is not important for the design system right now. Spacing, that's where I was talking like a minute ago. Like they define different space settings for different objects, so they have this kind of spacings to different needs. And as well, the good thing about design systems is that what is called themes or theming, is that you can customize if you pick like a pre-made design system, changing a little parameters here, like the colors, like the typography, and maybe if you want to change the grid a little bit or whatever, you have a different product, and you don't have to change too much things. Everything will just go in a cascade, you know. So if we change what is called tokens, these tokens are colors, spacing, typography, and they call it global here, but it could be like the layout and some other variables. So yeah, let's see clarity design as well. Clarity is another design system, cool design system. So you can see here it's from MBWare, this company, and they are using, you know, all that stuff. If we go to the documentation, we have all these they call here patterns. I would call them like yeah, tokens or atoms, you name it, and they are defining here the colors, right? So as we can see, all do much the same. They have here the components the same way they have it here in Carbon. In the components tab, accordion, you can see that they have all these components really well documented and how to implement them in code. So this is all about design systems. So let's cut the crap and go to our first approach to design our design system. Okay, so the first part is going to be like how to choose colors. So let's go for it. So we have previously here our canvas already made with MacBook Pro 1 artwork. That's a good one. Just a reminder, you can just set it here. So what we are going to do is learn how to create our color palettes, how to choose colors and everything. Sometimes color theming will be given to you, like yeah, imagine you are working for McDonald's or Coca-Cola or some other brand, and they give you the color palettes because they already have like a brand guidelines. So, and then if you are working for McDonald's, I'm pretty sure your first color will be something around this and something around this, and the secondary color will be like a yellow, like something like this. Okay, so you are pretty much on the color palette predefined. But if you are making like a product from the scratch, or you are working with a client who doesn't really know what colors to put on their website or application, or their brand guidelines are pretty much close to none or to zero, I'm going to show you how to create these color palettes. All right, so what I usually do is just create a rectangle, apply some color here. So yeah, whatever color, it doesn't really matter at the very beginning. I'm just going to put a random color. What I usually do is just to put it nice, I just go with some border radius, so later on when you are presenting this to the client, it's pretty kind of nice. Well, you can leave it on 0, of course. I usually put here like a name, like this could be like the yeah, my primary color. This is going to be my primary. And what we can do here, it's just duplicate this, and this is going to be the secondary color. Okay, and then we will create some other colors, like let's say our neutrals. Okay, so yeah, this is what we are going to do. I usually like to put like primary 100. We will see later on why. This is going to be our secondary 100 and neutral 100. Okay, But let's start to define our color. Let's imagine we want like a super blue color here, kind of a klein blue. It could be whatever color you like. It doesn't really matter. You choose a color you like, and of course it had to be according to the brand and the feeling it has to transmit to the client, right? So yeah, let's imagine we choose this color. So what I usually do, if I have a color in mind, I just go with it. But if not, what I usually do is I use these two tools. This is the color palette generator, or this website named colors.co, and this is pretty cool because if you press a space bar here, it's going to generate random beautiful color palettes, harmonious color palettes. So, and imagine you like this red for your application. You have some tools here. So what I usually do is imagine I like this red, but these all other colors are pretty, I don't know, soft and bland, and I don't want this kind of colors in my palette. But these I really like. What I usually do is I press here the lock button. You see now it's locked, and press the space bar again, and wow, it generates another palette based on this color. And this color, I really like it. So I'm going to lock these two colors because, well, and this one as well, but this I'm not so sure about it. This kind of brown stuff. I'm going to look for, press spacebar again, and wow, I like this one. So I locked it, and I can export it to SGB and then import it to my, yeah, we can import it to our canvas, so we can pick the colors. Okay. There is another cool feature here that it's called alternative shades. What it does is change the luminosity and and the lightness. So as we can see, they are giving us it's the same color but with less light in these parts and with more light here. So all of these colors are going to be on the same band of colors. So that's a pretty cool thing. But imagine we already have chosen our first color, which is this, and we want to base the palette on this tool. So what we do is, okay, we click here again. We just unlock this. We have copied the color before. Now we have it here. We locked it, and we have to unlock these ones so we can change them again. And now we press spacebar again, and we can see that we are generating this fantastic color palette. Okay, so wow, these colors are pretty cool. I like these ones. Maybe this is too soft too. So let's see if there is another proposal that fits our needs. I like this kind of gray thing for our neutrals. So yes, I think we have some winners here. Maybe this yellow, I'm not so convinced of. So let's go for another round. Yeah, that's not so bad. So let's lock it. Okay, let's export this SVG again, and we are going to put here, well, design system colors, and that's all right. So we come back to Figma, and then we can go here to file. Well, let's come here and go to file and place image, or we can just go into the tools too and place image, or we can just use the shortcut Command Shift K and search for our file. So we just click, and here appears our color palette. Okay, so there is this nice feature here when we click on the fill of an object, that it's this eyedropper. It's pretty common in design tools, and I think we are going to choose this color for our secondary color, And for the neutral, we are going to choose, I like this one. This is kind of green, so I like this one better. Well, it's in the green side, but if we do this, yeah, it's going to be on the bluish side. So we are going to copy this by hex. We'll see why now. And what we are going to do is come again to our color palette, and then we are going to I want to see the shades of this. Well, it's not so bad actually, but I want to adjust a little because the hue I want it blue. So yeah, so now we go to shades. Yeah, well, they are kind of grays, right? It's not so bad actually. So I'm just going to make a screenshot of this, and then I will bring it to Figma like we told before, like Command Shift K, and let's put our screenshot. Sometimes I prefer just to work with the screenshots, so they are all in the same folder. We will leave it for later. So this, I'm going to, with the eyedropper, come here, press it, and we are good to go. So we have our main colors here, our primary color for primary action, secondary color for complementary action, secondary buttons, something like this, depending on how we want to make it, and neutrals for backgrounds. Obviously this black is too black for backgrounds, but what I usually like to do is create all these all these shades here. So this would be the neutral 90, because it's 90% of this color, and this is going to be neutral 80. This is pretty stupid right now to put these names here, but you will see the point a little bit later. Okay, so you do this with all of them, so on, so on, so on, till we get to the white, which is a color too, so I always recommend to put it out. And what we are going to do here is make two versions of these primary colors. We can go here to the shades palette and and go here, yeah, to the shades, and make a screenshot of this, and come here and see these shades and make a screenshot of this too. Or another trick we can do, it's come here to Figma, and if we go to this color and we go here and we change the color, instead of hex to HESL, this is hue, saturation, and lightness. And what is cool about this is that we can change the lightness here like in 10%. So if we get this lightness to 0, it's going to give us that black, because it has no lightness. But we can go with this value. So I think going with 30, it's pretty good. So we are going here to with 30. As we saw before when we were here, it was 50. So what we can do here is put like primary 50. And now we are going to create our light version of this. So instead of 50, what we have to do is rise this a little bit. At 100, it will be white. But we want it like, yeah, if this is 50 and this is 30, which is a 20 of difference, maybe 70 can be nice, but I prefer something lighter. So we are going with, yeah, let's go with 90. So this is going to be our primary 90. Okay, and we are going to do the same thing here. We are going to put like 30 here. So we have the same values here and here corresponding to this color. So this is going to be 30 and this is going to be 90. Whoop. All right, so this is going to be our secondary 90. We can call it 90 if we want to know the values, or well, in this case it wasn't 50, so we are going here. It's a little bit clearer, but okay, just for the sake of making everything like numeric, and so you don't need to. I mean, it's perfectly fine if you name here secondary 50 and this is going to be the here in the lightness it has 44. I mean, we don't have to be so purist because it's just a reference. Some other people like to name them like primary default and primary dark and primary light. You can name them as you want. I do this just for the sake of knowing what kind of values are different to these ones, okay? And for the neutrals, the same thing applies. We could be like making here, like seeing that we have 0 value here. This would be then probably, it's going, yeah, you can do it like 10. This is going to be, let's call it like neutral 0. It's going, yeah, for the sake of being consistent, you can name it, you can name them as you really want. This could be like 20. Well, they are kind of approximate. So on. So see you in a minute with all these colors done, okay? So we have already all of colors. What I usually like to do here, it's like put like a super soft, maybe this gray in the border, so we can see here that it's this white. We could call it as well like neutral 100, but yeah, this is white. We could name this as black, but it's not pure black. So we have our color palette created. There is sometimes you would like to create colors depending if you have notifications or something like this, like if something was successful or was an error. If you are going to apply this kind of notifications, you have to create 3 more colors, which are like kind of something like this for the errors, something green for the, well, what you can do, it's something I usually do is just go with the red, and you just move this on the green side, so you stay on the same kind of range. Yeah, that's green, it's shiny, it's a little bit too much, but it's all right. And then we need like an orange for this. Yeah, something around that. So this would be our critical or error color, then our success color, and then our warning color. Some people likes to make another color called info color. Usually it's kind of something like this. Yeah, this kind of blue, like neutral blue. You can do it if you need it. And what you usually do, it's the same thing we did for this. We do it for our 3. To duplicate, I'm using just the Alt key, and I press as well the Shift key, so they don't move. If I only press the Alt key, I can move it freely, but if I want it in the same line, you just press the Shift key at the same time, and it's going to only let you move vertically on the same axis or horizontally, but they get perfectly aligned. So just so you know. And we pressed again like Alt Shift to duplicate these elements again, and we are going just to change them to 30 and 90, and we are good to go. And this could be the 90. Yes, 90. Put it this. Well, it's the other way around, sorry. So yeah, we can do the same thing with this color, so let's go with 30. $90, 30 and 90. Okay. Well, we are just going to leave the critical error behind, this kind of info blue, because we don't need it right now. And this is pretty much of the how to create a color palette and how to choose them. If you are going for inspiration as well, as we spoke, you can come here and press spacebar. Let's reset this so we can see. This is the home page. We go to the generator, and yeah, you can press here the spacebar, and you can get so much inspiration. As well, it has some cool features, like you can what is this? Yeah, pick colors from an image. You can upload an image, and then the color palette will apply it here. And as well, this has this cool feature that you can check how your colors are going to perform with people that has some problem with their view, and so you can relate how it's going to perform these colors for people who need some special accessibility thing, right? So this is pretty cool tool. This other one I want to show you like super fast. They have like some pre-made color palettes they are super cool. For instance, this is pretty nice palette, and yeah, this is another pretty cool one. So, and this one as well, it's pretty nice, and you have already these neutrals here. So I think you can get here inspiration. You can download them, you can just save them, and of course you can just pick a color. We had picked a color pretty similar to this. You can paste the heads code here. Let's do it just for the sake of see another tool. Just press here copy, and we come here again, and we paste it, and we have this color here. So what we can do is press this button here, and we have this analogic, this monochromatic, and triade, and complementary, and tetrade, random, whatever. We can go to random. It's pretty much the same like pressing the spacebar before in the other tool. The good thing about this website is that you see how your colors are going to perform, right? So if we choose this and press hover, we see this is pretty cool, and this is pretty nice too. Let's imagine we are going to with this analogic stuff. We can see how it performs in different screens. And the good thing is, imagine we are tired so much bluish colors. What we can do is change the color. So we are going to pick like a secondary color we picked for our app before, something like that, and we can see how it's how the overall feeling is. So these are pretty cool tools to choose colors. Okay, and just finishing our colors, and we are going to talk about something really important here in Figma in order to create a solid design system. It's Figma has these color styles. Figma has color styles, have typography styles, and has many kind of styles, so you can reuse them. They have like even effects, styles for the shadows and everything. So it's pretty important you are organized and consistent. So for that, what you usually do, it's you go here to these 4 dots, and what you with one object pressed, you come here, and what you do, it's in this plus is sign, it's to create an style. All right, so this color we are going to name it primary / 50. Okay, we can call it 50 default, so we are in the same page. Okay, and we know what 50 means, so we put this name and create a style. And now we can see when we select this object that we don't no longer have the ability to change it, or the ability to get confused about this color. It says the name of the layer of the color style we just created, right? The same thing we are going to make it here with this primary 30. We are going to create another color style. We are going to, instead of 50, we are going to put here 30, and this is going to be the dark version. Okay, and we create another style. We do the same thing. This is pretty repetitive, but it's kind of meditation when you are doing it and you have all your colors defined after the stress of deciding if they are good enough or not. And this is going to be the light version. All right, and you will ask, why are you putting this instead of, I don't know, like just this slash or this dash or whatever, or another, or just a space or something. We are going to see it now. So I put a slash there, and we are going to do this with the secondary as well, so we can see why we are putting here our slashes. All right, so instead of primary, this is going to be the secondary. Remember that you can name them as you want, but remember this slash here. So this is going to be the secondary. I'm going to copy again this, so I don't have to write it down anytime. I'm going here to create another color style. Let's go with this. This is going to be the dark, and then we are going to create the light. All right, whoop, sorry, not to the plus there, just here in the 4 dots. And this is going to be the 90. This is going to be the light version. Okay, so why did we put the slash there? So when we have a color selected and we come here, as you can see, now we have our colors ordered, like separated from primaries from the secondaries. If we don't put the slashes, we are going to have them all together, not organized. They are going to be just one after the other. So this slash, what it does is like a container. So everything you put in the first place before the slash is going to create the name of the folder. Later on, over this, you see the full name, but here, this container, it's based on how we named our color, our palettes. All right, so if we change this to, we just remove the slash in this particular color, we will see now that it's like free. It's not contained on anything. It should be here in secondary, but we removed it and it's there. So for that, we just go and put here the slash again. We come back here again, and we can see it's already, it's on its group. All right, so we are going to do the rest for this, and we come back in a minute. Okay, so I'm going for it. Hey, if you sometimes made a mistake naming or something, what you can do is go here and select this, edit style, this kind of settings button, and then you can change the name. Because here is not default, this is the dark version, so you can change the name here, come back, and here you will see that it's already done. Okay, so I'm going to keep like adding names here like crazy, and see you in a minute. So we are finished. Now is your turn to make your color palette for your application and or website, or but primarily for your design system. And as you can see, when you are not selecting any object, that you have here your local styles, now only we have only our colors or color palette, later on when we add like typography styles and everything, and shadows and borders and everything, they will appear here. Okay, but now we have made our colors. It's now your turn, so go ahead and start to create your color palette. And while you do it, when you finish it, you can share it in the comments, and so we can see our color palettes we are creating. Okay, so see you in the next lesson, which is going to be about typography. New lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about layouts, and we will see the difference between layouts and grids. So you can call them right. Sometimes I just change the names, but you know, we will see what they are. In this great article that Nick Babbage wrote on Smashing Magazine, it's pretty good. I will leave the link as well as something it's interesting to read. It makes like a brief history about what is a grid or a layout, and as you can see, grids and layouts are these divisions of the page or the canvas or the artboard we are working with. This has been like this for years, for many centuries. It's not only for product design or website design. It's for website, actually it's kind of recent. Before, websites were made without any kind of layout. They were kind of messy, actually. I'm referring to the start of the web, but as you can see in this article, you know, like layouts had been here for many years, right? This is pretty interesting article to read, but as you can see in making books and everything. But of course we want to talk about grids in product design and digital product design, so this could be like a good reference, like what kind of layouts in every device you can use, right? For instance, as we can see here, well, basically layouts, they are made from columns. These vertical stripes here, as you can see, there is these values that you can put here. Well, this is Adobe XD, but it doesn't matter. Later on we will replicate it in Figma. And basically what we do is we split the screen into columns, so we know where to place the elements. Okay, so it's not the same amount of columns what we will be doing or using for web design when going to an iPhone or for mobile design. The same applies to iPad, but I must say that nowadays most of the designs are kind of website and then iPhone, and making just little changes to iPad. Not so, you don't design for iPad or tablets anymore for many reasons, but we will come back to that later. The important thing is to know that what we want is to make vertical divisions, divide the artboard in columns. So just go ahead to Figma and make another artboard here as we made before. Just we choose MacBook Pro. Well, we are going to just put that out. We don't need it anymore. So in Figma, what we can do here, if we select the artboard, we have this thing here that is called layout grid, and if we press plus, a grid appears. This is a grid. A grid is a vertical and horizontal division, and it's based on just a value. In this case, it's 10 pixels. It could be 60 pixels, whatever you need. So grids are vertical and horizontal divisions, okay, combined. But this is pretty fixed. We cannot we cannot make columns from this. Well, we could just come here and pick maybe these 3 columns and these other 3 columns, but it's kind of pretty rough. This is nice for making icons. When you are making icons, what you do is just you put a grid size of 1 pixel, and then you go with super zoom, and you zoom in and start to make the icons. Okay, but in this case we are not going to use grids. In this case, what we are going to use picking here is going to create columns. Okay, so since we are designing for a website, in this case, later on we will make a grid for fonts. In this case is going to be for website. What we want to do is put like 12 columns. 12 columns is mostly the most used layout combination. Yeah, 12 columns is the most common column combination. You can change the color here if you prefer like something lighter, somebody like them blue. So you can come here, change them to blue. Well, you can do whatever you want here. Change the opacity here in case you want something harder. I suggest to leave it like light so you can see the elements. And yeah, you can choose the color you want. Okay, it's fine. And then you have some options here. This is going to determine how the columns are situated. A stretch means that if I increase this arbor, the columns are going to stretch with it. I don't usually use this, except if I'm going full screen. If you want to design for the whole screen, everything, you can use this layout. But sometimes what you want is to control the layout a little bit. So what you do is you just put it in the center. Well, in this case, as you can see, the columns are super tiny because the width of the column is just 1 pixel, but let's increase this. And there is something interesting here, which is called the gutter. And the gutter is the space that is situated between the columns. Okay. Offset, if in this case it doesn't apply, but if you, for instance, position the layout on the left, imagine we have this kind of designs where you have like a sidebar here, then you don't want to count this space, and what you do is come here, come to your layout, and you start to design, let's say over there, and then what you can do is increase the width till you're satisfied with these settings. So you would start to, you have this sidebar, typical sidebar of many applications. So imagine you have one icon here, another icon, whatever, and then you start to design your dashboard or whatever you're designing here. Okay, so yeah, that's why that's the important thing about layouts. So you could position the elements like this. Okay, but in this case, since we don't have any sidebar or we don't have the need to start from the left or from the right, just going to start with the center, and in this case we are going to make a little stopping here. Some designers, what they usually do, it's use a pixel grid. Most of designers do. And what a pixel grid means, it's the spaces that they left here in the gutter, and the columns and everything is a multiple of some number. Some years ago, well, from some years ago, the typical pixel grid was the 8 pixel grid. Okay, so yeah, it was the typical thing. So everything was multiple of 8. So in this case, if you came here, you have to check for some number that multiplies by 8, for instance 72, and the gutter would be for instance 32, and this could give you the the configuration of your gutter and columns and everything. Okay, but this is kind of changing. People has realized that sometimes if you want to make some separations between elements, imagine we have like a photo and then we have like, I don't know, a little bit of copy text here, like a caption. Well, this is going to be huge, but let's say this is like 14 pixels for our text. And if they wanted to position here, well, this is 8 pixels and it's not so bad. But sometimes they needed like go like 4 pixels. And if you were attached to this 8 pixel grid and everything was like separated in multiples of 8, like for instance here it's 8 pixels, here you had to have like 16 because, and then the next separation would be like 24. So it was like, it was good, but sometimes you needed less space between the elements. So that's why most of the people, it's running out of 8 pixel grid to 4 or even 2 pixels grid. Okay, I think that with 4 pixel grid we are good to go. It's pretty accurate. You don't in most of the cases, I mean 99% of the times, you don't need another kind of pixel grid. Of course, you can use the pixel grid that you want. Somebody uses the 5 pixel grid. I use it at work. So in the design system I use right now, and I help to design, we are super fine with 5 pixel grid because it's pretty close to 4 and it's easier to multiply by. So use wherever it suits you best. I mean, you don't have, because everybody's using 4, it doesn't mean that you have to use it. You can use any pixel grid or any number you like. Or some people even doesn't care. They just define their grid by eye, or that what they feel natural to them. And then what they do, it's make spacings like by eye as well. They say, okay, this is something I like, this is another one, and then some space like this. Okay, you are good to go to. I mean, pixel grid are great to maintain consistency because it's easier to remember the different spacing you have to use, but it's up to you to use it or not. If you are starting, I suggest you start to work with grids of 4 pixel grid or 5 pixel grid and learn the basics. And when you have your eyes trained, then do it just by heart if you want. Okay, but as I said, it's always a good practice to get a little bit attached to a pixel to a grid, because it's super easy to design with this. So in this case, we have here our pixel our layout grid for this. What we could do as well is make like another one for mobile, and in this case we are going to choose for phone like an Android, basic Android. We are not going to mess around too much. Okay, so the same thing applies here. We select the artboard, in this case called frame, and what we do is come in again here to layout grid. We go to the plus button, again comes the grid, so we go ahead and put columns. In this case 5 columns could be good, 4 columns as well. I mean 3 columns, whatever. Mobile, it's more free if you want. It's since the width you have here, it's not so big as in desktop. We need less order here, we can be more messy, but as well, somebody doesn't like to design with columns here in mobile versions. I really do, and I'm gonna show you why. So here we're going to do the same. Instead of stretched, we don't want to go full width in this case. We want some margins here because we are going to design something fast so you can see. In this case, we're going to go to the center. We are going to apply again the some multiples of 8 So in this case could be 64. Sometimes, you know what you can do as well? You can multiply here, like something like this, and this is going to give you the values, okay? And the gutter, we want as well a multiple of 8, so we are going to go with 24. And yeah, this seems a pretty good configuration. Maybe there is too much gutter for my taste, so in this case we are going to, you can just make operations here. Let's put like -8, and this is what we get. Maybe we have too much space now here, so we are going to add 8. So yeah, so this is looking pretty good. So for instance, imagine you are doing, I don't know, this kind of application that has an avatar, and then you have here like a text. Again, this is huge. Let's drop down this to 14. So yeah, imagine we have here, well, I'm going to just call this plugin. I don't have it anymore. But anyway, you get the idea, right? So you are making this kind of designs where you have like some avatars here, and so that's why I need these columns here. If I'm designing something different, maybe it's good to go with 3 columns. The cool thing about Figma is that you just change it here and increase the width, and you know, you are good to go. You just multiply again for 8 or the pixel width you have decided, and you are good to go. So yeah, in this case we are going back to our 4-column grid. All right. The same thing that we did with the colors. Do you remember that there was this local styles? In this case were color styles. We can save our layout grid styles. What we do is, again, press the 4 dots button here, and we just press create a style. In this case, what I like to do is 12 columns, and I usually put the values, but in this case we don't need it because we are going just to put one value. In this case is, we could name this like website and then 12 columns. Imagine we made different configurations, like for a website, like 12 columns, another one with 10 columns. I don't suggest to do that, but you could. So in this case, we are just naming it like this, okay? And in this case, we are going to name these, again, we press on the 4 dots, and then we go here and we go to with mobile, and this is going to be 4, whoa, and this is going to be 4 columns, right? Imagine we made another one here, like, yeah, like we duplicate this, and we want to have another screen just with, let's say, 3 columns, for instance. What we can do is, as you can see here is attached, our settings. We have now in our layout styles website with 12 columns and mobile with 4 columns. But imagine we want to change this, not all of the styles, but just this. So what we do is just detach it. So now we have, again, just like our regular columns properties. And what we do is just change the count to 3. And again, we increase our width here. Okay, it's almost the same. So now what we do is come again to the 4 columns, to the 4 dots, and then again press mobile slash and then 3 column. The slash is the same for the color, so we can make these little folders here, like this little separation. So we could have like different kind of settings for our layouts. As I said, I don't suggest it. I suggest that you maintain in all your mobile designs the same layout. That's what gives consistency and makes a design solid between, among other things. But these layouts are one of the most important things to make designs remain solid. Okay, and for the users that using the same layout transmit calm, and that everything is into place, and so maintaining the layouts is pretty important. Okay, so using layouts doesn't have to be boring, because you have multiple variations. You can just use 2 columns here, then go for some section here with all these columns, and then go in here with 3 columns. And for instance, you can do this in the upper part, and on the lower part go with some design that it's, yeah, something like this. So having layouts, using layouts, it doesn't mean that it has to be boring. It's just that helps you to design, creates consistency, and it's pretty good to design this way. Okay, I want to show you some examples of grids here. For instance, this is the Guardian page. So for instance, we can see that we have 1 column, 2 columns, 3 columns, 4 columns, and 5 columns. I'm pretty sure this at the same time I divided by 2. So in this case, they could be using like a 10 pixel grid. Okay. So as you can see, they are using in these 2 columns, here in this section, they are using like a photo with 2 columns of it. The same for this kind of block here, right? Let's see another example, for instance, Skyscanner webpage. And we can see here that they could be using like a 12 column design. In this case, they are using like 2 columns here, 2 columns here. Probably they are using like 3 here, or yeah, as we can see, it could be using like, yeah, like four columns. Well, you get the idea. I mean, it doesn't be this website, I don't find it boring, and then they are using grid. As you can see, they are making like 3 columns here, down there, and they are making 4, and another 4 columns. You can perfectly see the grid here, the 3 columns grid here, and yeah, making a kind of weird use here, using 2 columns for this and then using 2 for this. Okay, so as you can see, grids are everywhere in every design. Here I have another example. For instance, this is producthunt.com. It's a cool website to discover new software from startups and yeah, whatever. And as you can see, this is a typical block configuration when we have a sidebar here that uses 2 or 3 columns in this, but it makes just 1 column. And if this is 1 column, here what we would have is another column and another column. Just they are glued, they are occupying like the space of 2 columns. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, grids are everywhere. You can see even here that everything is pixel perfect. This is why it's designed with a grid on the background. Okay, even if it's invisible to us now, if you realize when you pick a newspaper, when you read a book, when you are doing anything, you can relate that there is a grid down there. Even a window, whatever you are using, it probably uses a grid in one way or another. Okay, like this. Just our final thing, it's something called rows. The same way that we are making columns here, you can be super accurate with your grid. And what we can do here, it's here, we are going to detach this again because I want to show you something. What we can do if we want to be like pixel perfect, grid perfect, and everything, we can do rows, and I want to show you how. We press again on the plus button, grid again. This is pretty tiring. What we can do is select here rows, and since we are working with in this case with an 8 pixel grid, what we are going to do is put this on auto, then go on top. Okay, top, because if we go with a stretch, everything is going to be like this because the count is in auto. If we put just 3, what it does is just stretches just like the columns before. It stretches vertically, but we want this no, we don't want it in auto actually. We just want 12 for now. And what we want is the margin to be 8 pixels. The margin is going to be this space here. And the gutter is going to be 8 pixels too. Okay? No, but we want to change this to top. So our grid starts here. Well, we can just get the offset to 0. The height is going to be 8 pixels. The gutter is 8 pixels. So this is 8 pixels. This white space, which is the gutter, is going to be 8 pixels. What we do now is just raise the count till we get tired. And you will know why. If we are designing a mobile version of something and we don't put too many rows here, at some point if you are designing a super huge mobile version of something, maybe you get there is a time that you don't have more rows. So that's why I said don't be scared, just put here, I don't know, 300 rows and you are good to go, so you never end up like this. You know, you can edit later, but it's free to add rows. So what you could do here, it's like add another style, and this would be like, let's call it like mobile 8 pixel grid or something like this. So now we have like everything is multiple of 8, and what we can do with this is super nice for designing. You don't have to be measuring the distance between elements. If we are making this title here, well, let's add a second line. This is too tight, but we will see on the next lesson. We will talk about typography. But what you can do when designing, you can see here that this is like sitting on the baseline. This is called baseline. These rows, these separations are called baselines. So you can see here you have this separation. Some designers like to adjust this on the baseline. Some others like just to start here. Use what you feel comfortable with. This, as you can see, is 16 pixel separation. So we are on the 8 pixel grid. We are going to put this on auto. Imagine now we would put some text here, introductory text or whatever. And yeah, we can just leave it like this, or we can just set it like this, and we are good to go. Since it starts here, everything is going to have this kind of rhythm. So you don't have to worry too much if you put it on the baseline or put it upstairs. You are good. But this is a nice place to set elements, this kind of elements. Okay, I prefer to put it on the baseline actually, but it's up to you. Some designers don't do it, others do. I come from designing magazines and newspapers, and everything sits on the baseline. So for me, it's like a natural thing. Okay. The only thing that doesn't go to the baseline is usually the titles and everything. But if we put like a body text, that is usually, well, in this case, it's 14 pixels. Yeah, we could go for something that sits here on the, you know, we put some multiples of 8 for the line height. We will be on the pixel grid. This would be a title, for instance. Let's say 16, and then go with bold. And now we can see this on our grids. Okay, this is too much. We are talking already about typography, and now we are going to talk about super deeply about typography on the next lesson. So this is all about grids, and see you on the next lesson, and we are going to talk about typography, vertical rhythm, how to choose fonts. Okay, so see you there. Welcome back to this new lesson. In this case, we are going to talk about typography. This is going to be super interesting. I love typography. I think typography is one of the most important things when you are designing. And because it's something subtle, but typography gives you a sense. There are typographies that can make you feel like you are in a funny place, in a funny website, in a funny application. Others can inspire you confidence. Some others can transpire like luxury and something expensive and everything. And that mostly comes from colors and typography. Obviously photographs and graphics as well, but mostly it comes from typography. So that's why, if you realize, the luxury brands usually has these kind of special typographies with serifs, with contrast. Some of them are super condensed. You know, they are stylish. It's something that you cannot see sometimes, because most of the times, even as a designers, we are not just sometimes we just look at letters. We are not realizing what's behind the typography that's behind. But when you really focus on it, you at the very end have a sense of all these things that typography can transmit and communicate. Okay, so I'm in love with typography, and I'm gonna show you the places where I usually go for typography. I mean, for free typography. One of them is Google Fonts. It's not a secret, everybody knows about it. Here you can search for a lot of free fonts. They are good fonts, and yeah, they have like super nice fonts like Rubik, whatever. I mean, all the fonts you can imagine for free are here to use for you. There is another one I really like, because it has some fonts that Google Fonts doesn't have. It's called Font Squirrel. Yeah, let's search for it. So Font Squirrel is kind of the same. You can here download like many fonts. There are some fonts that are as well in Google Fonts, but some others doesn't. And as you can see, they have a huge catalog of free fonts too. There are other websites. I will leave you the links in the assets page, and yeah, we will have a look at it. I have fallen in love with two typographies lately. One of them is called Manrope, and I'm going to use this typography because it has some it's a pretty cool typography, but it has some between letters spacing problems. So even if it's not the better font to use if you don't know how to use fonts, but it's a good font to see what happens sometimes with fonts and how to solve it. Manrope is as you can see, is a sans serif, geometric, pretty straightforward, kind of between Helvetica and circular, and it's a pretty nice font. It has pretty cool numbers, as you can see. It's a really good font. Okay, so I'm going to, I think I have it installed already. If not, you can come here to download files. Anyway, you don't need to download it. I will add it to resources, so you can download it from there. But anyhow, you can come here and download it, and just go here. We have it in Manrope. Go to fonts. Since we are going to use it for the desktop, we just go to the OTF. You could install the TTF, the TrueType font, but we are going to the OpenType font because it has much features and has ligatures and has more things. So we are going to open it with Fontbook, and we just press install font. Okay, so it's already installed. So we just quit Fontbook. We just quit this stuff, come back to Figma, and now we are ready to go. Okay, there are two approaches when using fonts, because you can just choose your fonts anytime you're going to put text here or something. You can do it just by eye. Let's start using Manrope. Yeah, it's a super cool font, you're going to see. So you can just go and put here 36, or I could put whatever, just kind of random, you know, this, or you can use this scale here. But sometimes some designers make it random. They put 48, then put 50 for another type, for another title on the other screen or whatever. But I like to keep my typefaces consistent in size. So we are going to talk in a minute about how to create a type scale, and we will see how it works. Okay. Well, we are going to see it now. Type scales are basically a way of dealing with how much contrast have to have the typefaces between one title, another title, and the body copy. As you can see, design programs usually has this scale here, and it's a nice scale. You can use it, so you don't have to break your mind. And for instance, if you want like a big title, you could use 48. You can go with 64 if you are using like a short title, like "We Are the Best," something like this. Well, for me, even if it's short, this is too big. Let's imagine, let's design something with our grid, and let's use this plugin called Unsplash just to insert a random photo of nature. Do you like nature? I do, but I don't like this photo too much. I hope this is better. Well, not so bad, but well, the next one is going to be the one. Jesus Christ, I don't know. Anyway, let's use this. I'm going to create another rectangle here, and I'm going to put it with black and a little bit of blue. So we are going to come to this part, and what I'm going to do is make some opacity here to create this cool effect, as you can see. And now we are going to select this and send to back, so we can select our text here and change it to white, so we can see what we are talking about. So imagine we have this kind of hero image. This kind of opening images are called heroes. They are going, they are like disappearing instead of more clear interfaces, like just with a typeface here with a color, and you know, like something like this, and then a nice illustration, like organic illustration here, and you know what I'm talking about. Almost nowadays, most of the websites are pretty similar to each other. So we are going again to bring our grids here. This you can do it with Control G. So this is how you bring your grid to the view. Okay, how to activate. Okay, so we have this title, and then imagine we have a text here. You know, we are the best, and how to deal with shapes that are rebel. Imagine we are making like a website for a startup, something like this, and we want to adjust it to our grid. This is going to be adjusted as well to, in this case, 5 columns, which could be kind of weird, but we can do it. And in this case, we could just select here some random number like 20 or something like this, and we can see it's a nice contrast. Instead of this being bold, let's go and check to regular. Maybe this is too little, it's a little bit tinier. Why don't we try with 24? What, 24 actually is not so bad for our purposes. But instead of having to, you know, to decide on the fly I use here like 24 or 20 or something like this. There is something called like vertical rhythm. What it does this, and what we want to work with, is instead of selecting all like random numbers here that feel good to our eye, to use like it's called like a type scale. Type scales we can see here. Okay, we can see here that the type scale is something that is calculated based on a factor. In this case is 1.250. This scale is called major third, and what it does is start with a base number. In this case is 16 pixels, and what it does is multiply by 1.25, and then the next one is multiplied by 125 again, so and so on. So what it does, it's making a scale that is proportional, but if we multiply it, as you can see, this it's much bigger than multiplying by, you know, it's like a scale that it goes like a logarithm or something. It's not regular. In this case, it seems to me pretty regular, so let's go with something more extreme. As you can see here, the steps between one typeface, one pixel, one measure, and another, it's far superior. And you know what? I like this scale, so that's what we are going to use. As you can see, we have the pixel values here, and you have M values here. M and rems, those are the values that developers are going to use in your design, but we are going to work with this scale. Okay, so I have taken a screenshot of this, so I don't have to write the values down or whatever. We are going to bring the screenshot we just made, so we can just, wow, that was a mistake. If you import the photo and select the shape, is going to import it inside of it. In this case, what we need are the values of this scale here. So we are going just to do something. We are going to delete this. This was pretty cool, but we no longer need it. So what we are going to do is create all these values we have here. This is what we are interested for, and I'm going to do this horrible. Well, I'm going to choose a nicer color, and I'm going just to multiply it. So these are the values that we want to use. Well, this is actually horrible. It's burning my eyes. So this is much better. So what we do here, it's going here, and we are going to just put this into 16. This is going our 16 pixels. Next one is 21.33. What we can do is go to 121. Just put like, you know, rounded values, because 0.33 it doesn't. There are not 0.33 pixels nowadays. So now we are going to put here like 28, which is the next one. Well, this scale actually is pretty heavy. The steps are huge. Anyway, we are going with it, since we don't have fear of failing. So we are going with it. So this is 38, right? And next one is going to be 50. We would go with 51, but I prefer rounded numbers, so let's go with 50. Okay, let's make this okay. So it's okay. And the next one, which is impossible to use in the real world, so it's 68. It's Jesus, it's super big. So this is our scale. You can change, you can come back here and you say, okay, this is too much for me, or I need more values, or yeah, you know, sometimes you may miss something around 14, 13 pixels. So you might say, okay, I come back to my major third. It lacks as well some steps here, so you can come back here and say, okay, this is 16, 13, 11. This gives me a little bit more. Yeah, you know, maybe sometimes you want to use something like this, which goes from 16, 14, 12 pixels. This is something more natural. And as well, you can use the predefined typographic scale that comes here, which is pretty cool. I mean, this is pretty good. This is the regular typographical scale. It's superb. What happens that nowadays most of the websites use 16 pixels, and here 16 pixels are missed because this scale is based on how to say it, graphic design and kind of old design of books and newspaper designs. So in newspapers and books, usually the typographical scale started at 8 pixels. Well, they were called points, 8 points or 9 points, 10 points. So that's why this typographical scale has these subtle variations here from 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and then just starts to rise and have huge steps. So that's why the reason why this scale is kind of weird at the very beginning. It's just 1 pixel, and you say, why pixel? So these pixels, so little pixels, because nowadays in website or mobile applications we don't use this scale anymore. Maybe you start to work with 12 pixels or 14 pixels. It's super weird to go down to 11, 10, 9 in these times. Okay, so well, maybe this is too big, but we can work with it. So what I'm going to do is duplicate all these elements we have here, and I'm going to apply the bold. Well, in this case, I'm going to apply the extra bold, but because I want to have like a regular for text, I like this typeface for text, regular text, and I like this for titles. But I started to see some problems here with this typography. And as you can feel, this is kind of too separated between letters. You can see this is the letter spacing. Some others call them tracking, you know. But I feel that this would be better and more legible and more appealing if we apply some negative letter spacing, like 3%, something around that. Maybe let's go for, yeah, like this. You see the difference? If we put this to the default values of the typeface, this is kind of too, yeah, it's too loose. I mean, for title, it doesn't have cohesion, it doesn't have the glue it needs to be a title, the punchy title. So yeah, I like this more. So what we are going to do is apply like -3 here. Yeah, that's much better. It happens something with typography. For instance, as you can see in these sizes, it's fine. The letter spacing, even if it's 0, it's fine. If we go like -3%, maybe it's too tight. So you have to remember this when you are going with big, super big sizes on typefaces. Probably you have to tighten a little bit the letter spacing. You can tighten it all that you want, but you know, to something legible, this would be acceptable, and even it's like cool for, you know, for a design studio or something like this. If it's for a product or something, you can just pump this a little bit up. But in the default value of 0, I find this to be, I don't know, that something is broken with the typeface. So just pump this down a little, so you can make it a little bit more appealing. I'm going to raise down this to 4 again. This is cool on 3. This is good on 3 too. This is on 2. This is good. Maybe a little bit too separated. So let's say -1. And this in 0, it's pretty good to go. So we have our titles here. And what I usually like to do, it's, you know, I usually like to do this. I press enter and you know why it happens. So I like to do this like to this break here, so we can see how it works between two lines, because we have this line height here and this separation. You can do it by pixels, like this, increasing or decreasing till you are comfortable with it, or you can go with percentage value, like 180%. And as you can see, this is too much, so we can go like, I don't know, 100. Yeah. Why is that? Because if we go with pixels, let's say we put here like 72 pixels or 74. Okay, when we do the same to this title here, we have to be guessing how much we want to put here. Okay, like this maybe is too much, then go here, go to 60. It's more or less, but you can do as well, put here 100%, and you are good to go. And you have, well, sorry, I want 110% here. So instead of applying different line heights to all of them, what you can do is put the same line height to all of them, like 100%, because this 100% it's based on the size of your typeface. So in this case, 38%, 38 pixels is translated in this like 100% of 38. It could be like 42 or something like this. If you feel it's some kind of tight in this kind of, you can increase it. It's okay. You can put like 120. It's good to go. And when you are in tinier values, in a smaller text, it's nice to rise it up a little bit more, like 130. The same thing that before we needed to lower down this in higher sizes typography texts. Here we need to do just the opposite. Just leaves the letter spacing on 0, or sometimes even put some positive values here on the letter spacing. But on the other hand, what we need is to give more line height to this text. And here, just limit it down. Like we could even go to 100%. Okay, so that's something that works not only for this typography, it works on all typographies. You have to look at this and see how it feels. Most of the typography doesn't need so much tweaking as this typography needs, but I thought that this would be a nice typeface to show you, because it needs a lot of tweaks here when it's big, and even at normal or regular sizes like 21, it needs some kind of little adjustment here in the letter spacing. Okay, so let's go to create our text styles. Something I want to show you here, talking about Figma a little bit, it's in this text configuration. As we can see, if we do this, the text are kind of making weird things. That's because the boxes are adapting and they are kind of fixed. It's like they have like a box fixed in height and width. And what we want here is just get these lines that increase with the text. So in this case, what happened is that I just make like a break with the intro. So we are going just to remove it. And if I keep writing here, it goes on forever. Okay. But if I do this, then this box is kind of closed. It's kind of fixed on width. But if I write, it increases on size. Is this second part here? This is like fixed width with auto height. This would be fixed height. If I keep on writing here, as you can see, this blue box, it doesn't rise anymore. So this is kind of on nowhere inside the box. So, but for this case, we want them on auto width. It doesn't really matter. We could be with auto with some fixed width here, but for our purpose is good to go. Okay, so let's tidy up this a little bit and just decrease this. This is pretty cool feature. So we have the same separation here. Oh, we are working in a 8 pixel grid, so let's put 24. We are going to do the same here. Just we go here, auto width. Interesting, we didn't do the line height here, but I'm going just to put 110 for all of them. It doesn't really matter because this is for just a test. Later on, if we want to change it, we can. I suggest that you do it one by one, perfectly done, but this is just to see, for you to learn how it works. But I don't want to make this too boring to you. So I'm going to go here with it serves to tidy up. Tidy up, what it does is finds it divides the space between the elements, and then we can come here and do this like manually, or we can come here and just press this, and it is going to leave the same space between the elements, 24 on all the separations. Okay, this is pretty cool to organize things. So let's go to the funny part. Well, no, actually it's the boring part, but what we are going to do is add these layer styles to text styles to our styles. Okay, so what I usually do is let's create a style. In this case, we are going to apply the same thing with the slash. We are calling this regular, and this is going to be the 16 pixels. Some people likes to put names like body copy, like H1, H2, H3. That's pretty cool too. You can do it if you are working in a little website or something like this. You can do it. Or well, even if you are working for a big company but your product is super contained and you don't have too many text styles, you can do it. But I have found that sometimes what it works better for me, instead of putting names that can be confusing for some, I prefer to put just the values that is using this typeface. In this case, it's using 21, so we are going to call this regular 21. I'm not going to use the pixels anymore, so I go faster, this 28, and I'm just going to copy this so it's easier later. So this is 28. This is how much was it? I forgot, sorry. So this is 38, so this is going to be 38, and this is 50, same thing, and this is 68. We paste 68. Okay, we have it. And for this we are going to make the same but with bold. So we are going to put here bold, then a slash, and this is going to be 16. We are going to copy this text so it's easier for pasting. This is 21. This is, I forgot again, this is 28. Okay, and this is 38, and this is 50, and this is 68. Okay, so now if we click outside, we don't have anything selected. We can see here our text styles ready to use, ready to go to production. You see I have these pixels here and I want to edit, so I go here, I click this kind of settings icon, and then I can go here and just remove the pixels, press intro, just come back, and so yeah, we have it set up. So we have learned in this lesson how to how to pick typographies, not really, but how to go and download some typography, how to load it to your system, and how to use it, how to choose a typographical scale. I will send you as well all these addresses and some other resources about typography too, so you can learn a little bit more if you are interested. But with this basic, we are good to go to start designing our product, because we already have colors, we have our layouts, we have our texts. So wow, we are going to the next station, which is pretty cool. So see you in the next lesson. I think it's going to be interesting. See you later. Welcome back. So in this new lesson, we are going to start with our components. I think it's the most interesting part of making a design system or in this case this kind of UI kit, user interface kit. So it's the moment where you start to create all the buttons, the input fields, the text areas, drop downs. You have to define a lot of things, and it's pretty interesting to make them from scratch, so you know how they are made, what things they have in common, what they don't have in common, and everything. So let's get started, because this, I think, I love this part, to make this part. So I hope you share this feeling too. So what we are going to do is press Alt and duplicate this artboard, and we are going to just drag around and delete this. And this is going to be our component, some of our components page. We are leaving this kind of messy and ugly and everything, but at the very end we are going to put everything super nice and clean to give it to a client, or to use it on your business, or to use it on your startup, or using it for you, or so you can put it on Dribble or put it on Behance, or just show it to your family or whatever you want to do with it. But yeah, now we are just putting the rough stuff, and then we can just make it as beautiful as this, with these headers and with these kind of sections, all that stuff. So that's come later to make something beautiful of it. Now we are doing just the core of the design system. Okay, so what I usually like to do, it's in this case I forgot to do something that I like to do, which is making like as we did here for the mobile phone, to put some rows so we can stick to our grid. So what I'm going to do is break this, so we no longer have this website 12 column style attached, and I'm going to add here rows again with the grid. This is nightmare. So this count, I'm going to raise it till, I don't know, 500, and then the type is going to be on the top, so we have our grids tight there, and the gutter is going to be 8 pixels, so the separation between this and that is going to be 8 pixels, and the height of the row is going to be 8 pixels too. So everything we have on site, on the vertical side of things, is going to be 8 pixels. Okay, so now what we are going to do is add this configuration, this setup, as another style, and this is going to be website, let's call it 8 pixel grid, the same as here. Okay, so this is going to be website 8 pixel grid. Well, 8 pixel, yeah, grid. All right, so this is cool, because if you need this 8 pixel grid for designing, it's pretty cool. But if you are tired of so many things on here, you can just go here and you have the columns. If you want the grid, you have it here. Okay, so for me, it's how I like to design, and it's good to go. So we are going to press R key to make a rectangle, or we can we just come here and go to rectangle, and we are going to paint or position or whatever a 40 pixel height rectangle. I like 40 because you can go with 48 if you are designing things super big only for websites, or you don't have too many content, or I mean you want something super accessible for people who has some disabilities or something, or you want a super usability that it's easier to click a button. You just do it. But I usually go here with 40. For me it's perfectly fine, 40 pixels for something. And in this case I'm going to start to design like I'm going to fix like the shape of our buttons. Okay, let's imagine if we wanted like something like this, we could go with this, but I'm not so sure of this thing. So for buttons I'm going to start just with an 8 pixel. Let's see how it goes. It's kind of cheesy, so let's drop down this to 4, and I'm going to do something. It's put in, we are going to use our beautiful color styles, so we are not guessing here what kind of blue we chose the first time, whatever. So we come here, we press on primary, and we have our button shaped and with the primary color. This is pretty cool. So yes, and now I'm going to apply one of our text. In this case I don't want it bold, I just want a regular, and maybe 16. I don't know if 16 or 21. Let's go with 21 and just put this button. Just the fill is going to be white. We can go with white, or we can go here and select our neutral 100 white. Okay, you see it here. So yeah, this could be our first button, but we want to reuse these elements later. So we could be like duplicating them, and if I change this, it doesn't increase its size. And if later on tomorrow I'm tired of this color and I said, okay, I want my buttons of this color, they remain the same here and there. So they are copies, but they are independent copies, and we don't want that because we want to be consistent and we want to be like super fast while designing and making decisions. And if we want that, if we change this button because it's our main button, we want everything to spread, to be changed in cascade, so we don't have to put so much effort. And for that, Figma has a super cool feature called auto layout. Well, not auto layout by itself, but let's make this like a component. What we can do is align this on the horizontal center. Somebody likes to do this. Align it to the vertical center too. Is this here? And what we do now is select both of these. You can as well select it with, you select the text, then press Shift, and then select this. And as you can see here, both layers are selected. And then come here to this weird icon and press Create Component. So you say, okay, nothing has changed here. But yes, it did. Before, when we had these elements selected, were blue, and now this is kind of purple color. And as you can see here, it says component 1. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to call it button because we are going to remake it, and you will see why. But this is the way how you make a component. And why are components cool? Because let's press Alt and duplicate this, or you just press Command D or Control D if you are in PC, and you can create as many copies as you want. And what is cool about this is, if this is our master component, as you can see because this is the like 4 dots here full of purple, and these are kind of yeah, this kind of rectangles and diamonds, like empty diamonds. This means they are instances of this master component. So they seem the same, but they are not. Because if I change the background in this, all remain the same. But if we go to our master component, to this button, and we select the rectangle, and we change the color, everything changes. So this is pretty cool. This is the magic about using components. All right. So if you have a good base on components, later on, if you want to make changes on your design, it's going to be faster, easier. Everything is going to be synchronized, and it's going to be much better. But what happens with this button? You said this button is perfectly cool. Yeah, well, not so cool. I mean, it's nice because it seems nice, and I can do this, and somehow it's going to, yeah, do what it's supposed to do, what is increase its size when I'm writing. But components by itself, they don't get wider or get increased, or yeah, they rise because you put some text on it, because we didn't say to the tool that this has to be responsive about the text it contains. So what we are going to do is select this master component. We are going just to make a copy of it, then delete the master component. We don't need it anymore. You will see why. Now we have an instance of a master component that is gone because we have just deleted. We could restore the master component, but if we do that, yeah, as you can see, a master component is created again, but we don't need to do that now. What we want is just to press here, like with the right click, and then go and detach instance. What it does is make this component, this symbol, this group of objects independent from the master component that it was. Okay, so as you can see, we don't have here this empty triangle symbol anymore, diamond symbol. Now we have a frame symbol as MacBook Pro, as this symbol. This is now a frame, and frames, somehow they are kind of groups, so we can ungroup this frame. Okay, so if we go here and say ungroup, the frame is going to disappear. Have you seen it? So what we want here, we are going to put again button, so we have a normal text on it, and what we want here is to select the text and the background, and there is a feature here in Figma called auto layout. This is magic, and you will see how. If I press the plus button, everything seems that the same. Okay, something has happened to the button, we don't really know what, and as we can see, I'm going to undo. Now our background was 40 pixels height, and when I select this, or if I group it, it says is 40 pixels height. And now if I come here and press this with auto layout, now it says 39 and it's disabled, and the width is disabled too. Why is that? Why I cannot come here and change this? And as you can see, if you come here, this symbol has changed. We no longer has a background, and now the background is contained by the frame. The background is the frame itself. This is a behavior Figma has, that frames can act as backgrounds too, and has border radius and everything. Okay, so you have to keep that in mind, because when I make the migration from Sketch to Figma, or if you are doing the migration from Adobe XD to Figma, can be pretty confusing. So you have to get used to it, this kind of frame behavior. But what is magic about this auto layout component we have here is that if I want this to be, I'm going to just put this text aligned to the center. If we just go here and we press primary, this, wow, it makes bigger itself while writing. This is amazing, right? But you say, okay, but what happened? How do I change this space or do this space? Or now it's 39 pixels. This is pretty weird. I want some kind of tuning here, some of customization. Well, you have it. If you are playing with the 8 pixel grid, okay, you say I want 24 pixels here on the right and here on the left, and this is what it does. This thing here is the margins or the padding the button has here, so it's 24 pixels. The same thing applies to the vertical padding. We can just increase this and go there. So this can be tricky to really get you into the 40 because it depends a little bit on our typeface. But there's something we can do here that is, instead of being like auto height, we can just go to fixed height, and now yes, we are able to put 40. I mean, this is for going autopilot, all right, the auto height. But with auto height, you lose the control to be on the grid because the height is disabled. So for this case, for this components, what we want is all of them to be consistent in height. If you have a text, an input text, or a drop down or something, you want, if you position a button close to the other element, you want them to be same height. So for this, we have to disable the auto height, go to the fixed height, and then go and put this on 40. All right, that's the way you are going to be consistent about it. Okay, so we have done our first button, but what happens if I duplicate this and I change this color? What will happen? Nothing happens, all right, because this has auto layout, but it's not a component yet. Okay, so what we have to do is press create component, and as you can see, the frame disappears once again. Remember that we lost our background instead of an auto layout thing. Then our auto layout thing that was a frame has become a component. That's pretty cool because we still have the controls of our auto layout here. This is the most important and most confusing thing about Figma, how these frames are disappearing instead of the new parent, you know? So the background goes to the auto layout frame, then the frame disappears and converts itself in the parent component. Okay, so this is going to be our button primary slash. We are putting slashes here because here is super important, the slashes again. This is going to create these kind of separations, and this is going to be the default. Somebody called them active. I just go with default for now. And what I usually like to do, it's to duplicate this, and you say, okay, but if you duplicate it, you are going to create an instance, and if I change this, yeah, it changes. That's pretty cool, but we need something different now. What we want here is to make a different kind of button. Okay, so and we want another component because what we are going to create, it's we want a darker version of this. Like when we are hovering this button, we want to behave to convert itself to this. So we are going to create our hover button. But what happens with this, if I create an instance and I change the color here, it's not going to change because this is not a component, this is an instance. So what we are going to do, we have changed the background, and what we do now, it's right click, detach the instance from its parent. And now we have again like the auto layout configuration. And now since we have changed the color already, we create the component again. So now this is going to be our hover button. Okay, so we just need to rename this to hover. Okay, so we have our primary and our hover button. We are going to do the same thing. We just duplicate it. We are going to create now our disabled button, our primary button but disabled. And in this case, I'm going to press right click. I'm going to detach the instance. I'm going to press on the artboard background with the command selected, because if I just do this, I select the whole component, let's say the whole object, but I want just the background, let's say this part of this upper part. So I just click the command key, and as you can see, now I have this color here. Well, and what I'm going to do is pick the primary light. So this button is going to be our disabled button. Okay, and now this is not an instant, is not a component. So we are going to create the component again, and we are going to change the name to disabled. Okay, all right. We can name them here, like we can put here the name if we want to. It's perfectly fine. Okay, so we have our three first components, and as I told you before, the slashes here are important, because if we go here to assets are the components you have created. You can see that we have here local components. We can search when we have a lot of components created, but now we have here these three components ready to use. Okay, so as you can see, this is pretty cool because we can drop it in. Imagine we are designing a huge website, and we have we are in a screen, in whatever screen we are designing. We need a button, primary button. You just go here, come here, search for it, and you are good to go. Then you go here, apply the layout grid. Let's go with the 12 columns. So you say, okay, whoop, yes, we want our button there. You see? So it's pretty cool, the component thing. And the good thing is that we are tired of this blue. We can just change it here, and as you can see, the color changes here too. So this is the magic of components. Well, we could change the color, we could change the text. It's the same thing. If we change the text and we go here and then we change it to white, as you can see, the text changes too. So this is the first part of creating components. We have learned a lot of things, even if you don't think so, but we have how to create our first components, how to make these funny buttons that increase their size with their text. So we have learned about auto layout too. So this is pretty cool. And how to control auto layout, how to fix the height of the buttons so they stay on our grid. In this case, we haven't put them in the grid, but now we are doing it. So as you can see, it's all super tidy, aligned to our columns and to our rows. So this is magnificent. So see you in the next lesson, and we are going to continue to make our buttons. All right, I'm going to put this into blue because if not, this is going to look a little bit weird. Okay, so see you on the next lesson. Hey, welcome back. We are going to continue with our buttons. I have here some examples on how other design systems create their buttons. They go with their primary, as we did, with some hover and disabled, then create a secondary button, which is kind of weird because it's super tiny compared with this, and they don't have anything to do. I mean, the border radius is kind of different between this and that. The size is, this is super big and this is kind of super tiny, and everything is kind of weird in this you know, design system. Something interesting here, they have included, like, I would say like only a link, which is cool, but then here is kind of weird. Maybe this is kind of black. If we remove this, no, it's only the text, then it's cool. But well, this, I think it works for a particular website, but it couldn't be so recommendable for everybody. So there is another one here, the Explore, and they have our primary button. They call them default. They have the ghost, what I usually call secondary, but you can call it ghost too. And then it includes some icons on the left, or you can include some icons on the right. As you can see, they have the large and small versions of it. Let's see what brainstorming does. They have normal large, which can be just adjusted on the width. They call them again the secondary buttons like ghost. This is true that they are called ghost buttons when they only have like this border. And well, I have to make a point here. It depends. If they are transparent, they are called, if we don't have this, they are called ghost buttons. But for me, if they have background, if they are not transparent, if they have a white background, then for me it's a secondary button. Because if I put this with a background, let's say something like this, and then I bring this forward. Okay, if I put this, it's not really a ghost button. I'm going to pick their colors. This is not really a ghost button. This is a secondary button. If we remove this, yes, it's a ghost because it's kind of, you know, mixed with the background. Again, I don't want this. I just want to change the text color. It's getting pretty hard. It doesn't have a feel anymore. So yeah, that's for me a ghost button. That's just so you know. Anyway, it's cool that you know that that these are we have all these kind of buttons. And as well, they say normal, small, maybe because they are fitting the test instead of being like maybe 3 columns or 4 columns or whatever. We will do it too. We will do as well some icons that adjust here in these buttons. And I have here another example of this free resource about that Sergey Arkhipov made. But for me it's pretty cool because he has included text buttons with, usually we call links, but when they go along, they are like tertiary buttons, like links. You cannot see the button outside, but it's there. We will see how these buttons are made. And usually in most of the design systems there are different sizes for it. Here, as you can see, he's adjusting it to the 8 pixel grid. He's making the 40 pixels button like the regular button, then could be the small one to 32 pixels and the large to 48 pixels. So you can do that in your design system. Now, as in this tutorial, we are going just to make one size. We are going to make the regular. This is going to be 40. Okay, so it's going to be fine. Anyway, I'm just realizing that my test 21 it's pretty big actually, But as you can see, since we put this into fixed height mode, our buttons remain on the 40 pixels side of life. So now we are going to make our secondary buttons. For that, I'm just going to duplicate these buttons for the sake of being a little bit lazy and, well, to be faster. Why not to say it? So to do this, what I'm going to do is, instead of, I'm going to press here in layers again, so we know what we have here. Now we have instances of these buttons, and what we want is detach all these instances from the masters. Okay, so we just detach, and now we have, like, again, our auto layout live. We don't have a component like this anymore, or a version or an instance. And now we are going to change this. Okay, so what we want for our secondary buttons are, instead of having this color in the background, we want the border to be like that. So what we do for that is go to stroke, we press here, and we select our primary color. Okay, it's good practice to put it on inside, because this is going to be better for development later. If I put it on the outside, as you can see, we have height of 40, but if we really zoom in to this, to our layout grid, we can see it's coming out, it's popping out. So at the very end, this, even if it's saying 40 pixels, it's having 1 pixel here and 1 pixel there. So it's 42 in height, and we don't want that. All right. So we want always the strokes on the inside. That's so you know. And we are going to change this color to blue, to our beautiful primary color, and then our background, it's going to be white. In this case, we can make this white. Okay. And so for the hover, we are going to make the same operation. We are going to put the stroke on the hover. We are going to put this color like white, and then we are going to put our color into this hover one, and then this is going to be, yeah, pretty straightforward. We go to stroke again, we go here. Well, in this case, we can talk about the usability a little bit. Somebody likes to leave it this way. In this case, what we are going to do is put it on white as well, and this we are going to choose our semi blue purple pink thing color. And what we are going to do, a cool feature Figma has, is instead of going here and pressing create component, then going here, you can select 3 of them, click here, and create multiple components. That will make separate components. So now we have it here, and what we are going to do is one by one rename them to button. Primary, instead of primary, is going to be secondary. Whoop, sorry, it's going to be secondary. I'm going just to copy secondary. So, and then we are going to select this one, and this is the hover. So just change the name, and this is the disabled. We paste secondary. So we have 3 more buttons here. We can let's make the link button. Okay, let's do the same operation here. Just copy, well, duplicate, detach the instance, and in this case, what we are going to do, it's we are going to remove everything. We are going to remove the background. Well, no, I'm going to leave the white. Actually, you see why. In this case, I'm going to remove the stroke again, because we don't need the stroke anymore. And in this case, we are going to remove this as well, the stroke. All right. So we have our primary buttons, but in this case, I want something else. I want to leave a little bit of punchy thing to this button. So when we click here, we have like this kind of Google Drive stuff buttons. They don't have background, but when you are positioning yourself on the hover state, they have like a gray background on all the clickable part. Okay, so we have our link buttons, I would name them. So what we are going to do is same stuff, press here in components, create multiple components, and then instead of secondary, let's call it link. This is my convention. You can name it. There are many conventions out there. There are many ways of even create the components. Some people try to make super complicated stuff in order to they create like a background, and this background is inserted in all the components. So if I change this master component, it changes and spread all of them. But I have worked with many design systems and trying to make so complicated things, I mean trying to save work later, it gets things so complicated to use that at the very end it's a nightmare to work with it or make a change, or your components get super complicated. Our components here, as you can see, they are pretty simple. They just have a background, which is this, and then we have a text, nothing else. I have tried other methods, more complicated, trying to make like a super automatized thing, and didn't work for me, and didn't work for the team I'm working with, and anything worked. So I recommend you to follow this method. Anyway, there are many articles there on Medium. You can read about them and see all other methods of working with this. Anyway, later on we are going to make another method when we are working with inputs, so we can save some time. But for buttons, I think it's better to make them kind of independent one of each other. Okay, so yes, we have our buttons here, and let's make some cool buttons here that has some icons on it. Okay, so for this I have just duplicated this. In this case, what I want to do is I have a plugin called Feather Icons. You can import any plugin, any icon you want, SVG icons, or there is another cool plugin I use a lot, which is called Iconify. It gives you access to hundreds of icons. You can make a search here for, I don't know, even trash, for instance, or you have many icons here, or you have a lot of you see, you have all these icon sets. So for instance, you want, I don't know, Google material icons, you just press here, and let's, yeah, and this could be the Google material icons with these tags and everything. So you have all them available here, and you just do it and import icon, and it's on the page already. So it's a pretty cool plugin, you know. And well, this is pretty basic, the Google material, but we have Feather as well. But you have icons 8 for Windows 10, Foundation, flat icons, a lot of super cool icons, and typo icons are pretty cool too. Anyway, I use this plugin because it only has Feather icons, which I like a lot. So that's what I use. And let's insert an arrow. Let's imagine we want to put an arrow here in a button. So you can see here that we are trying to do this something here, it doesn't work, trying to insert it here. So that's it, because it has this, as you can see, when you import an icon from for Feather icons or Iconify, they come with this frame. So what I usually like is to ungroup this with Command Shift G, and then press Command G to make a group again. You can do it here, like group selection. As you can see, it's Command G, or for PC it would be like Control G. So you just lend these shortcuts to get you into a speed. And as you can see, I'm trying to fit this here and it's kind of impossible. I'm going to bring it here into MacBook Pro 3 and I'm going to do it again, trying to insert it here, but it's not working. So why is that? Yeah, as you can see, it's not letting me put this icon here. Well, actually, I'm going to change. Well, not yet. I want to change the color here so it's white. But why is not letting me to insert this here? Because it should. Why is that? It's because it's an instance of these other buttons. So we are going to detach them again, and now we are going to bring this thing way you are seeing. Now we have here like a blue thing, like a blue stroke there, and if voila, it's inside. So we are going to apply for this stroke the white, and as you can see, we have now our icon and we can control it again. Like imagine we want less separation, or let's imagine we want more separation on everything. I think this icon, it's Feather Icons has these 2 pixels strokes. This for me is too much. But as you can see, we have now this icon and we can control it with this. So for the sake of consistency, let's say 24, or we can go with 16. Maybe it's better 16 or 8 pixel grid. Okay, but I think maybe something, yeah, something around that 24 again. Yeah, I think it's better. So we are going to just copy this thing, this icon, paste it again. As you can see, this increases a lot. So we are going just to put it here into the hover state. As you can see, it's making a weird thing. As you can see, it positions up there and there. There is a cool feature here. I'm going just to put it there again. There is something interesting when you are working with auto layouts and you have one item selected, is that here the align palette, it's working. As you can see, if I select in the middle, it's going to align to the middle. If I'm aligning it to the bottom, it's aligning there. If I want to align them, this is stretching to the top and the bottom. I don't recommend to do that, but you can do it. This is cool for photos and everything, so they stretch, you know, when you have, they are kind of responsive. That's great for when you have photos inside an auto layout or an avatar or something like this. But for this particular problem or button, we are just leave it like that. In this case, we are going to add here the auto layout as well to 4024, like the padding between the text and the icon, and we are going to make the same thing here, and we are going to put here like 24. Whoop. As you can see here, our icon is on the top, aligned onto the top, so we are going to align it there. Here you can do something, or imagine you want the button before, or the icon before the text. You have 2 options. What I usually like to do for this particular button is to duplicate the symbol and put it there, duplicate this one, put it there, and put this symbol and put it there. And you would say, why is that? Why don't you create another button with just the with the icon on the left and another button for the icon on the right? I don't want to have so many components here later on the assets. And Figma has a pretty cool feature. We are going to see it now in action. So we are going to select again this, and we are going to create multiple components, 1 component of each. And we are going to rename it this to button primary. Jesus, I made a mistake, but we are going to make this icon. Okay. Primary icon. I made a mistake naming them, but it doesn't matter. It's good to go. So we are including here like the icon. So I was telling this is cool, and I will show you how and why. We make an instance of this component, and let's say we only want the let's say this icon. So I don't want this icon anymore. We can double click on here. We see that it's called group. I think I'm going to do something, and it's renaming this kind of group to icon, because group, it doesn't mean really icon right. Okay, and this is going to be icon left, and I'm going to do the same. I should have done this before, so I don't have to do it now, and would be easier. And this is our icon left. This is why you have to think how to make yeah, oh, this was all right, icon right. That's why design systems, when you are making them, you have to think a little bit about it, what you're doing. In this case, I wasn't thinking too much about what I was doing. So that's cool, because if you change the names here, your instance is going to inherit the change of names too. So in this case, when you are double clicking here, you can see that we have icon left there. And if you press delete, or you press this I button, as you can see, our button resizes and our icon disappears. So I can do the same thing with this, and we could have this button, but this is going to be used, primary use is going to be used mostly. So if I have to be turning on and turning off the icons, is going to be a pain in the ass. But if when we want a button with some icons, we just drop down this and then just remove what we don't want. As I said, you can click on the eye, or with this icon left selected, you press delete, and instead of deleting, you have it here. But oh, sorry, no, because I made it on the, sorry, I made it here. But if you press here on double click and press delete, as you can see, what it does is just it set it is down, but it's not deleting the icons. Okay, so that's how I like to make my icon buttons. We could do the same for the secondary ones. This is going to be much faster, because since we already have these buttons here named and everything, is going to be pretty straightforward. Again, detach these ones, and then just bring this here, and with the Alt key, so it gets duplicated, and this one here. And now what we do is we select here the color, so it's going to change, and this is going to change as well. And as we can see here, this button doesn't have the 24 pixels here. Let's put here 24. When we paste our icons here, they are good enough. So as you can see, they are aligned to the top, so we align to the middle, same thing here. And now we are going just to, with the Alt button, select the arrow first, and then just drag it here. Then we are going to select these two, we are going to align to the middle again. We need to change the color of them to match the hover state, and same thing applies to this disable button. And then we select these two, we press here, and again we go to the disable state. Okay, so we are going to create components again, create multiple components, and this is going to be the secondary icon. Copy the text, so it's easier here. Okay, and this one. So as you can see, auto layout is pretty cool. We can do the same thing here. I will do it on my own. I don't want to, again, making the demonstration. But as we have learned in this, in this super fast lesson how to create icons. Well, not create, but how to import icons, and yeah, and how to make them live with the auto layout. So I finish this and see you on the next lesson. All right, so welcome back, and let's start this new lesson. This is going to be interesting. What we are going to do now, if we have a look to other design systems, second thing they do after the buttons is the forms. They call it forms. For me, at inputs, radio button, checkboxes, select and drop downs, range select. We can have here date pickers, a lot of stuff, right? And I find it pretty cool because this kind of components share some things that are pretty equal between them, even if they are different. For instance, we can see it better here. They share this background. It's all the same for all of them, even the drop down. I mean, the difference is just that they have like an icon on the right or an icon on the left, so they are pretty much the same, right? Then we will make the checkboxes, radio buttons, etc. But let's start. Let's see what brainstorming is doing here with the inputs. It's the same, as you can see. So we are going to build our text components, our 4 components. Okay, so we come back here. We can create another canvas, so later on it's easier to do all our stuff. Just for the sake of speed, I'm just going to duplicate this button, so it has already this 40 and height fixed, and it has auto layout. In this case, what I'm going to do, it's detach this, so it doesn't take anything from its parent, and I'm going just to remove auto layout, because usually input selects, they are fixed. They don't, if you are writing a password, a long password, this area doesn't move or doesn't resize itself depending on the content. They are kind of fixed. And if we have a look at the basic structure of an input field or select or radio button, they share some parts in common. We cannot see here because these design systems are kind of there. I must say they are pretty cool outside, but when you are trying to apply them, they fail sometimes in some things. And I want you to make a pretty good design system that is consistent across elements and it can be used without struggling later. Okay, brainstorming happens a little bit the same, but yeah, they have, it's a pretty much, the best of those 3 we have seen of those. This design plus code and explore, brainstorming is pretty much the best of them. Why is that? Because it's the most complete. They have put a label here. They have this hint message, or can be for success message. Usually not. When it's success, it's success, and it's all right. They usually mark it with a check here or an icon or something like this, not with a message. But yes, the error notification when you are writing something, a password that it doesn't match with the upper password input field, or you have to insert an email and you haven't put the dot. So that kind of thing, that gives error. So as you can see, the structure, it's a label, an input with a border, then a placeholder, which is pretty important sometimes, depending on how you decide to do this kind of designs. And and then a hint message or a critical message, error message here. So we are going to focus on making this first, okay, and that's what we are going to do. So for this, we almost have our input text here. What I'm going to do is duplicate this because it's easier than to create another text, and we are going just to duplicate this one as well and put it here, okay. What we are going to do, it's I'm going just to shut the layout down because it's a little bit annoying. For instance, here we can check and put it to our pixel grid. Is going to be on 16. And what else? I'm going to put this in auto mode. Like, I don't want this to increase like here. I want to be like that, just because I like my text not to be fixed. But in these situations it doesn't really matter, but it's okay. In case it goes over there, I will see what I do, but so it doesn't struggle, or if I write a long text, it doesn't make 2 lines, you see. Yeah, I don't like that, so I prefer to leave all my text free with this auto width feature, okay. So now we are going to create the border for this. Usually it's neutral, the color you use for this, and as well it's a neutral color what we use for placeholders. Placeholders are meant to make like a reinforcement of the message you want to send. For instance, insert your email, in case this is an email. This we are going just to call it label, and this is going to be called placeholder. Why is that? Why? I could put here like an example already, but I like to put this text because here the text takes the text you put here. So if I change this to email, and later on I'm adding this to this, I made a component of this, which is the idea, and then I make an instance of it, it's going to appear email instead of label. So I prefer to name them with their purpose. So in this case it's a label, in this case it's a hint message, and in this case it's usually smaller, but we don't have any smaller, so I think we're going to create it in our something I forgot to do before. But that's the greatness of design systems, that you can amplify them or make them bigger and increase them. Well, since you have like a system for it, so I'm going to check if I have I had like that's where I like to make screenshots for things, because I come here to screenshot and I have my visual scale, and we see here that we have in our visual scale a 12 pixel text. So we are going to put here 12. Oof, this is pretty small. So 14 is too big. Well, in this case, my visual scale, it's going to be off the grid a little bit. So it depends as well on the typography. In this typography, maybe 12 pixels works well, but in our typography doesn't work well. So you just trust your eye and say, okay, 13 is good enough. So we create like our regular 13 style. Okay, so we're good to go. And what we do here is go to the hint message, press the regular 16, and we go to regular 13. I like my things order, and in this case, as you can see here, when I go to search for 13, it's not at the beginning, it's at the end, because I created the latest. So what we do is just we click outside, we don't select anything, and what we can do is just select the regular 13 and bring it up. So that's how you order these things. Okay, so, and I'm going to do the same. Well, the label is all right at 16 pixels. We could make it smaller if you want. In some cases they are smaller. I like it this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply like a neutral, a harder neutral 30 for maybe for the label. Okay, and there is something interesting I can do here. Since we don't want this to resize itself when we are writing here, this is going to be fixed, and actually I'm going to bring my layout out and I'm going to put this into 4 columns, because usually when we design with 12 columns, what we make, like, we use like this part, like this kind of divisions. So we make like 3 real columns in content. Okay, so this could take like 4 columns, but at the very end it's just like 1. And we can do something here that it would be the easier part. That is going here and create a component. That could be all right, but if later on I decide to delete this and delete that, as you can see, my component is still I don't know, it's kind of, yeah, I mean, the component it's smaller and everything, it's like it has a bounding box that is huge. So what I like to do, instead of making a component here, let's just undo this and delete the component. I have to undo a lot, sorry. So come on, component 1, break yourself, break it. All right, now something that I like to do is select this and bring my auto layout stuff. What's going on? Yeah, bring my auto layout here. And as you can see, I can handle this. So if we are an 8 pixel grid, it's good to go. And now we select the label and we have auto layout 2, and we put this into 8 pixel grid again. Okay, it's tricky. Okay, let's go with the numbers. So now our auto layout is working as expected. So it's everything is at 8 pixels, and as you can see, this is working pretty good. I don't know why this placeholder is so weird. So there is something interesting here in a range. When you see these kind of decimals here, we want to round 2 pixels, and I wanted this to be at 16 is what we said before. I don't know why it went messy. So yeah, in this case, yeah, we're going to do that. In this case, let me just check something. Oh, it's all right. Ah, okay, I know what's going on here. It's okay. Yeah, we have a frame, a vertical. Yeah, now, all right. So we are going to create this component, and this component is going to be called input input text default. Okay. So what happened if I want just the placeholder and the label, but not the hint message? No worries. You just click on the hint message and you just delete it. And this is automatically resized, as you can see. Okay. or if you don't want the label, you delete it as well, and you have a placeholder of 40 pixels. If you want everything back, you don't have to put everything again in the you don't have to bring another element. You just press on the eyes and you just turn it on. So we have our I'm going to just delete the put out the layouts in this moment. And there's something I have done that I must say is not so well done, and I'm going to tell you what that is. It's imagine in this particular case, because I was like copying a button and everything, I have this part instead of a background for this part, I have like this frame, as you can see, right? So I'm just going to break this. I don't need it anymore. But there is something that I would like to do. It's to have this component like separated and like a master component. You are going to see what I mean right now. It's what I really want to do with this. It's make like a background with a border, so later on when we change it, when it's focused and everything, I only has to create I can replicate it in many places. Okay, so that's, I don't know if I'm explaining myself well, but what we are going to do is create this and insert it in every element in every component we are going to create. And this is going to make things easier later on. You will see what I mean while we are doing it. Okay, so let me just create this, and I'm going to create I'm going to ungroup this because it's a frame right now and I want it to be a rectangle. Okay, whoa, it doesn't matter. What I can do here is create a component, and I'm going to call this master input default. Okay, so this is going to be our master input default background here, and I'm going to copy this name, and this is going to be our master input hover. Well, not hover, this is going to be like while focused state. That's when we are typing or we have the input selected. This is going to be our input error. Well, and that's it for now. What we want to do here, it's instead of having this frame, I'm going just to ungroup it, and as you can see, we are losing our all the space here. I'm going to try to put this here into the placeholder, and I'm going to try to put it here. All right, I think it's pretty messy what I'm doing, but you will get the point. And actually I'm going to do something. I'm just going to duplicate this, detach it, and I'm going to do it from scratch. All right, okay, so this is our oh, I'm messing things around. Just let me undo everything and come back to this part. Okay, sorry for the mistake, but so you can learn what I'm doing wrong. You can learn better and faster from the very beginning. Okay, so we have here three master stuff, three components that doesn't mean anything. They are just squares with some colors applied on it. And what I'm going to do is duplicate this, detach this instance, delete this. I'm going to ungroup this. I don't want any frame, I don't want anything. I want just the label and the placeholder. and the hint message. Okay, so we are going to build I'm creating an instance of this master component. As you can see here, this one has this diamond empty, so it's an instance. And what we are going to do is put this at here as our input field. Okay, so we are going just to align this as we had before. We are going to create a group with this. This is going to be the input, and we have our label and our hint message. In this case, I'm going just to put them all the way around. And what we are going to do is select the label and the placeholder and go to auto layout. Okay, and now we have 8 here, and then our hint message and we pick this group, this auto layout frame with its let's call it input label plus input here. It's important to name things. I sometimes forget. Later on I have to do it because a design system has to be pretty clear and everything has to be named. Okay, so and now we select this group, which is already an auto layout, as you can see, and then we select hint message with the shift key, and then we apply another auto layout. Okay, so we have a couple of auto layouts. What this gives us the freedom to really move the hint if later on we decide we want this at 16 pixels, but the label is there, fine. It's better to make 2 auto layouts instead of putting everything in one auto layout, because maybe you want different separations between them. Okay, you can do it if you want, but and now we are going to get to make this as a component. This is good to go. So this is going to be an input text default. Okay, so we have it, and if we create again like an instance of this, and we hide the label and the hint message, we can bring them up and down and over, and you know what I mean. Okay. So this is an important thing. And there is another important thing. It's that when elements are named, now if you can see here, we have an instance of this component. What is cool about this is imagine you want like a focus state of this. You don't have to create another input for this. What you can do is just select this master input default, and here in the instance you can override them, like change them from the focus one, and this one change it for an error one. This is pretty cool, and it's super fast to do, and you don't have to create so many components. We can create them now. I mean, we can detach this and create again a component for, instead of default, we can change the name here for typing or focused. I prefer focused. Okay, and this we can detach it from this and name it and create the component again and change it to error. That's cool because here, as you can see, if I create an instance of this, now I can go here and change it to error or to focused, because we have created components with the same structure name, and then Figma lets you override between your input text default, your input text focused, and your input text error, because they are in the same kind of folder. The same way, if I create a component, an instance of this, it will let me change between these 3 because they are in the same folder. As you can see, I can change to error or I can change to focus. Okay, so it's up to you in this particular case. It's up to you if you want to create just one component and change here the state. So focused, or, well, in this case, I'm going to leave it like that. But, or if you prefer to create 3 components, like one for like the default, like focused or error. Usually it's usually in the design systems, what you do is you create a component for it. So later on, when you go to assets and come here, and you come here into input text, if you want an error, you go for an error, okay? But I have found that when I'm designing, a lot of times I have some text already here. I mean, imagine I'm making an interaction and I have to put here my email, and I'm putting here my email .gmail.com. Something is going again, the text. That's the only pain, that when you make a change, you have to make the change everywhere. So in this case, and I change the what's going on. It's like searching here. It's kind of weird. I want here to, yeah, and I want to change this neutral to this. Well, imagine you have it already filled, and imagine in the next screen or interaction there is an error. Instead of putting this again, what I think it's faster to go here and put this like an error, and the hint message come here and change it to critical, and you don't have to bring another stuff here, you know. So for me, it's like easier to sometimes change it on the fly, but it's a good practice to have all the elements separated, even though later on while you are working you just make the overrides over the main piece. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to do it. Completely up to you. So in this case, just for the sake of having all the elements like really well structured and everything, this is going to be our test focused. This is where was our error. I think I just deleted. So in this case, I'm going to make this a component, and this is going to be the text input error. This is our focus. This is our test default. This is our field. When an input is field, we call them field. So it's going to be like that. So yes, this is going pretty good. The good thing about this is, yeah, I wanted to show you this. If I make a copy of this and then I create like a component, if I make a change here, all of them will change. Or if I make like a change in this particular case, I change this. So this could be like the master component of all of them. So in this case, I want this to be primary because it's focused and we are typing, okay? But this is kind of a master component too. What usually people do, it's rename this to master because it's our master component, master input text default, and this is going to be just an input, our real input test default. And what we do is just create again a component. What we are doing, it's making a component of an instance. So what we are doing is making a component with some changes. As you can see here, in this case, you can see that there is this symbol that it indicates that it's an instance of this one. As you can see, this is a master. This is a this is a master component, And then now this is a master component too, but includes this component inside of it. It has input text default. Well, in this case could be this one, okay, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, if we go here, we can see here the master input text default. It has this included on this, and we have made some overrides and changes. This is pretty cool because, as we were saying, if we are making changes here, everything changes, or we decide that our label has to have a bigger label and bold and everything changes. Okay, so this is the only thing that I think that it's great to do, like with some kind of complication, like nesting symbols. This is what is nesting symbols, or is called nesting components, and this is a pretty cool technique. I hope you find it interesting. We in the next lesson we are going to keep on making the rest of the components with icons, with drop downs, etc. So see you on the next lesson. Before we continue, we are going to do something we have seen others design system has. It's the icons part. Okay, every one of them have them some way or another. They have this iconography here. Yeah, all of these design systems have them. As you can see, they have them as components, and they are usually the same size. So for instance, they are 28 pixels by 28. All of them are 28 by 28, as you can see. Why is that? So you can override them. For instance, if we made a component, an instance of this component, here we can see that we have these icons and we have these categories here, and then these, you can just change the icons and the space, let's say, remain the same. Okay, so it's important all the icons share the same space. If you do it by 28, it's fine. If you do it by 24, it's perfectly fine too. It depends on how you are doing your icons. As I said before, we were using like feather icons plugin here to insert the icons, and that's pretty cool. They are 24 by 24. What we could do here is convert any icon to a component. So we would have like our icons here. We could rename them to icons / airplay and just put all our icons here, and would be fine, and convert this new one, yeah, to icons too, and you know. But there are many resources there for icons. I just made a quick search here in Google, like Figma feather icons, and it just happens there is just a file with all the icons here in components, you can see. So we can just come here. As you can see, they are all components, so we just can copy them and paste them on our file. Well, this doesn't matter if it's a little bigger. We later on can change it. We are going to paste all our icons here. There is something I haven't talked to you about, and it's the naming of the frames. You know, there is this important thing that if we rename these called like icons, later on, if we, let's say we make an instance here, well, let's go here to assets to see this in action. So we go here to assets, where we can find all our components. You see here that we have like these icons, feather icon, and then we have all our icons here. This is important, the naming of the artboard, as well the naming as the own component, because if, for instance, instead of naming this MacBook Pro 5, which is kind of stupid, and we call this input, if we come back here to assets, we will see that we have input, which is kind of redundant, and then input master. Okay, so this can make a difference while looking to or searching for our components. What it means is that when a component is inside another frame that has a name, this makes like the first folder. Let's call it like this, like the first folder. So in this case, since I had named this like input text default, when I come here to assets, it's input text, and then here is the default one. But I can just omit naming here in the component this input. Yeah, I can just delete it, okay? Because if it's contained in this artboard, it's going to take this first name, the input name. So what we are going to do is just go ahead and just remove this input stuff. Yes, I want to maintain here the master because I want to differentiate what it's really a component from what it is a master. We don't want to include masters in our designs. We want to include components. So there is some people, what it usually does is just name this as component or group or whatever. So they differentiate pretty good what is a master from the component. Okay, so it's up to you, the naming of how do you want to do it. Later on you can make like a bulk renaming. There are plugins for that. So now that we have our icons here, what I want to do is break all, and I want to break this master we had before. So we are going to make like another completely different component. That's why this structure we created for this doesn't allow us to put here one icon and then one here. So we are going to break it. And yeah, so for that we have to just remove auto layout here. And then we have this input and we are good to go. So now we have just these 4 layers, 3 text and the input instance, which is the background with the border. This we wanted to maintain, but what we want to do now is insert these icons we have here. So I'm going to do something, and it's copy, bring me down some I, if I find it here. Another thing I can do is go to assets and search for I, and we have it. Remember that assets are our components. So we have our component here, and as you can see, we need to change this to another color. I'm going just to put it this way just for the sake of seeing it. Later on I will change the color here. So we want this to be at 16 as we did before, and the placeholder, let's say we want at 8 pixels from this. Okay, and now we are going to put another icon here that later on we can change at 16 pixels too. It's 2. Yeah, that's good. And now that we have like instances of an icon here, we can go here to instance, and we have 2 options. Go to the master component. What we'll do is take us to this page here and pointing on our icon. But now if we go to I, we can see that we have here all the icons, as you can see. So you can just pick whatever. Imagine we were a mail here, so we just select the mail, and we can just change the color. Okay, so yeah, so this is a good thing. So it's good to put components here, so later on you can override them with another icons here. So that's a good practice. So we want with this first to these two separate layers have like an auto layout. Why is that? Because if later on we don't want this and we erase it or hide it, we want the placeholder to move to the left. So for that, what we do is create an auto layout, which is already on place. Just check that everything is aligned to the middle. So when this disappears, this doesn't start to make weird things up and down and so. And this is going to be like free. And what we can do is make a group with all of these items. So now we can make this and this together like an auto layout. And then what we can do too, it's let's see our layers. As you can see, now we have an auto layout. Remember, those two boxes here means it's an auto layout. And what we can do now is put a hidden message inside the auto layout. As you can see, since we have placed the hidden message here, it's going to be there. But if we just put it upstairs, it's going to be down. So remember, layers in these kind of programs like Sketch or Figma goes just from the bottom to the top. So and here it's just the opposite. So it's kind of a weird thing, but it goes like that. So now we are going to create our component, and we are going to change this color in our component because it's getting me a little bit crazy. So this neutral 70 seems good to me. It was 60 or 70? I just forgot. This is 70. Yeah, maybe this is too dark. So let's go with the 70 here. Okay, so now we have almost all the possibilities included here in our component. So why do we do with these components? I think we should just remove it because we have a better and most complete component here that is going to make all the possibilities in itself, while this is quite simple. So yeah, so we can learn from my errors, and now we have like another master component, which is going to be like master input. I'm going just to call it master input default because this is going to serve for a lot of things we will see. So now we just make an instance, just detach it again, and we are going to start to making these changes. We can make it or we can't. So maybe we don't need to do it. What we maybe need to do is, instead of this, which can be a little bit of not so used, we can put here like an arrow. So like an arrow down. Again, we have to change the colors here. That can be a little bit annoying actually. Yeah, so we have our arrow here for our drop down and here for our email. This is good because later on we can change it to whatever we want in any situation. So instead of calling master input default, we are going to call just this text default. Okay. And now we are going to create a text area. This is pretty similar to this. What happened? Okay, I'm going to change it by another with the box, whatever. It doesn't really matter, but something changed here. Okay. Anyway, we just need an icon here. So welcome back to this lesson. In this lesson, we are going to see how to create this text area, this responsive text area. Okay. So for this, what you need to do, we are going just to leave this like that. So let's start with this. We had this component we create first. So we are going to just create an instance, detach it, and we are going to ungroup. Remember, like Command-Shift-J, or just go here and ungroup. And you keep ungrouping till everything is, yeah, like broken apart. So we are going to remove this stuff we don't need to create this. So for this, you see this peculiar icon here. We are going to create it with lines, but for now we are going just to come back here and just to move this placeholder to 16 pixels here, so we are good to go. And then we are going to create this couple of lines here so they match this corner, which is the typical icon for drag and resize this area. Okay, so for that we go here into this objects menu, shapes, and go with line, or you can press just L, and then we are going to go here and select here with Shift key pressed. We are going to make this line there. Okay, and now we are going to just select our neutral 70, and we can do two things. That is just duplicating this and then make it bigger till here, or we can draw a new line. That's up to you. And as you can see, at 100% view, this is a little bit too tight, so we need to just move it a little bit here. So we are going to make it bigger. We want just 1 pixel here instead of 2. Let's see how it feels. That's much better. Maybe it's a little bit too separated, so I'm going just to close this a little bit. Okay, so I'm just going to make this just 1 pixel. Yeah, something around that. Maybe this is not in the correct position. I'm thinking maybe that's why I don't get the feeling. Well, it could be good. It's good. So we are going to learn about constraints, and how to make these things responsive, and they when you resize this thing, they don't break. Well, this is breaking here a little bit. We will see how to fix that. So for this particular element, the text area, what we are going to do is we are not going to play with auto layout here, because we want something responsive, that when we do this it's responsive. And you can see the behaviors here. This is kind of a scaling, but not scaling as expected. The placeholder is moving as well. This is kind of a scaling in a weird way. Hint message is giving a lot of space here, so this is kind of messy. So for that, when we select elements in Figma, this constraints panel appear, and as you can see, it set to a scale, and we don't want our label to scale. What we want is stay on the same place it is. So for that, what we do is put here that it sticks to the left, and this sticks to top. So when we select all these things and we do this, it's going to stay there. The hint message, we want to do just the opposite. I mean, to be on the bottom, but on the left and on the bottom of our selection. Okay, so we want on the left and on the bottom. Our placeholder, what we want when we do this is to stay there. We don't want it to be up here or something. It's just because we want to start writing here and the lines will go down there. Okay, so placeholder is going to be on the left and on the top too. Now this thing, the master input default instance, What we want to do is scale from here to wherever we pulling it down. So what we need to do is left right, so it doesn't make this thing that it sticks on the left and it doesn't increase its size. So what we want to do is let's select this. Okay, so it's left and right, so when we scale it, it scales to the left, to the right, sorry, and to the bottom too. So now it's doing it properly, but we want to be sticked on the top, right? And this we want it to be, we are going to make a group with these two lines and we are going to call it drag. And what we want is to be at the same place like it is right now based on the bottom. If we do this, as you can see, it remains at the same distance of hint message, at the same distance of this input field. Okay, so for that what we do, it's putting on right, because we want when we scale to the right, it stays here on the right. So what we want to be, it's on the right and then to the bottom. And what we want to do, let's see how this is performing when we do this. Ooh, we are having some issues here. Shouldn't do that actually. Let's see how it is. Okay, I'm going to make a component of this to see how the component is working. As you can see, this is a mess because yeah, there is something weird here. I think let's see how the text in the label is. What is going on here? Okay, as you can see, it's set to scale, but we don't want to scale. We want on the right and on the bottom. Now we are talking. This should be on the left and on the top. This should be on the left and on the top. I don't know why when you create a component, the constraints like gets override. So just a reminder, before doing all the constraints thing, make sure you make your component and then you start to make the constraints for it. Okay, so you can make like overrides inside, because if not, everything is going to take the same approach. In this case, it is applied like a scale, so we don't want that. In this case, we want this to be pinned to the left and right and to the top and the bottom. So if we see now, this is performing pretty good and this is performing as expected. Anything moves on the left, any of these texts are moving, and we want to be this solid and be 40 for the start, so it's the same component. If we put them side by side, what's going on? There's some problem here. Okay, this doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, this is the good one. So this is like 84 and this should be 84 too. Perfect. So now we have our text area default, and we have created our text area. And the good thing is we have learned about constraints, how to control them and how to make our components responsive in the way we want them. Okay, so let's go to the next lesson. Hey, welcome back to this marathon of creating a design system. Sorry if you are hearing a lot of crack and noises on the recording, but actually there is a window alert here in Spain, actually in Madrid, and my house is kind of falling apart. So my apologies for the sounds and cracks and noises in the whole recordings, but it's how it is. I can change it, so sorry for that. Anyway, we are going to create now checkboxes, and as you can see how a checkbox is made. Checkboxes they have like a default state, they have like a checked state, and there are other states like intermediate. We are going to create them too, so no worry about it. And we are going to create the disable states as well. Some of the design systems out there, they don't put it, but it's necessary. yeah, you can see everything is falling apart, right? So as you can see in this other design system, they just do the default state, the checked state, and this kind of disabled, almost invisible state. And if we go to brainstorming, let's see what they do. Where were you? Forms, right? Yeah, let's see how you do it. Well, you have something here, but where are you? Okay, so they have this default, this checked, another version of the checked, this kind of disabled, but this is kind of, I don't know what it is. It's kind of, yeah, it's the disabled state, but kind of weird. So let's create our magnificent checkboxes. So for that, I'm going to bring again our magnificent layout. I'm going to create this a rectangle of 24 by 24 because we are in this super pixel grid, and if I don't remember bad, it was 4 border radius. So we are going to be consistent, and we are going to put again 4 in border radius here. We could go here to 3 or to 2 because in smaller objects border radius tend to seem bigger, but for the sake of consistency and for this particular video and design system we are creating, I'm going to leave it like this. So we are going for neutral 70 because I think it was our neutral 70, right? Yeah, neutral 70. We can do something here. Actually, I'm going to just delete that, and I'm going to make an instance of this field, this master field we have here, and I'm going to make it like 24 by 24. So the cool thing is, if one day we are tired of this color and we change it to, let's say, red, everything is going to be red, as you can see. So we are going to just maintain this for this particular thing. So we have already, this is our checkbox, actually our default state. So pretty much of it. I'm going to create a component and I'm going to call it checkbox default, and then I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to detach this instance, and I'm going to bring our primary color here, and I'm going to just delete this border. Okay, and now we need some let me just check something. It's not so bad that way. So let's go to our icons, and I'm seeing here that we have this check, what we are going to need to create our magnificent checkbox here. Whoa, why are you positioning there, man? All right, it's making weird things, so I have to bring manually to this part of the screen. As you can see, our icons they are 24 by 24, so this is pretty cool. So we are just going to leave it as it is, and white is good. This seems good to me, so we are going just to, yeah, we are going to create just a component here, and this is going to be called checked. Okay, all right, this is the default and this is the checked. Okay, and now we are going to create like this, like disabled, our disabled state. And for this, what we are going to do is add a field that is pretty close to our neutral. Whoa, what I'm doing here? What it is? Yeah. So instead of, we are going to be something like, not neutral, it's going to be something like that. Yeah, so you can really feel it's disabled. Not like in other places, and since we are adding this border, it gave us the feeling that it's really disabled. Okay, and what we are going to do is a disabled version of this, which is going to be like, instead of this blue, we are going just to pick this disabled one too. It was 60 then, of 80, yeah, 80. And to make it more disabled, we are going to put this into something kind of, yeah, you get the feeling, right? You can see it, but you can really feel it's disabled. And I'm going to create an instance of this, no, actually from this, because there are times where you have like a select all selector. Imagine you have a lot of them, a lot of checkboxes, and then you deselect one of them. If this is the select all button or checkbox, this is going to change into something that what it has, it's a line. Press L. Let's make a line here, and so we learn the tools about the line. Then we can put a round cap here. We increase this to 2, and we change the color to white, so we have this kind of intermediate state. Let's align this to the middle if we can. How is this done? This is kind of weird. The shape, I don't want this anymore. What's going on? Well, I have to detach. Remember to detach things, because if not, it's a nightmare. Yeah, so now we have it detached. I'm going to just remove this shape, this thing here. What it is? I don't want this feather icon anymore. All right, now. So now we have here our line. I'm going to try to position here in the middle. Yeah, but if we see, it's kind of not center, so we have it to center manually. And yes, this is our intermediate state. For me, it's too big, so I'm going to break this down like 2 pixels. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's much better. So this is going to be our intermediate state. I'm going to create this as component, and this is going to be our checkbox. Intermediate, or indeterminate actually. And we are going to create this but disabled. I think I didn't name this. I'm going to detach it and to create a component again, and this is going to be default disabled, and this is going to be our, well, this is actually not so bad, so I'm going to create a component and call it checked disabled. Some people like to put like checkbox activated default, and then or checkbox disabled / default. But what happens is if you do that way, is when you want to change this for this or for that, and you go here, if you have make like folders, then you don't have all the elements here, but now we have it. You know, we can see the default disabled. We can check, but we can change it by a checked. So I prefer to maintain all my icons on the same level. Okay, so in this indeterminate here, we are going to go for this, pretty good. And this we are going to go, instead of neutral white, we're going with this. So we have it here, and we are going to go with checkbox indeterminate disabled, and this checkbox is going to be a checkbox now. So now we have all our buttons. Let's organize them a little bit better, like in pairs. And actually I'm going to do something, because yeah, I think it's better. Yeah, you will see how. So yeah, I'm going to first create that in the indeterminate, and let's see this cool feature again that I really love, that it's selecting everything, go here, go tidy up, align this to the left, and then you can just change this. Let's put it on 16 so we stay on the grid. And what we are going to do is select this placeholder, bring it down here, and change the color to, let's say this one seems pretty cool, neutral 10. Let's see, neutral 20 is a little bit softer, neutral 10 is good to go. And then we are going to leave like 8 pixels here. It's too tight. Let's go with 16. Let's zoom in a little bit so you don't get hurt in your eyes. And what we can do here, it's we have these components already. So what we can do, these are our master components. We can make a copy of them like instances. And what we can do here, it's go to 16 and then duplicate. See 16. We can just align this to the middle here. I think they are aligned to the middle too. So I can just duplicate this. And as you can see, anything happens. Let's see if this aligned to the middle. Good to go. This is aligning to the middle too. My pulse is horrible. Whoop. And let's see, everything is aligned to the middle, because what we are going to, what we are going to do here, it's create new symbols with its checkbox text and then default. And this is going to be, I'm going to copy the checkbox text stuff so I don't have to repeat it. Okay, so this is going to be our new component, and this is going to be the checkbox, and this is checked. I'm going to copy this checked because this is going to be the checked, and disable. This is the intermediate, indeterminate, sorry, I keep misspelling it. Indeterminate. So this is going to be our checkbox checked in indeterminate disabled. This is our check disabled, perfect, and this is going to be our default checkbox text default. Well, we can call it that disabled. Well, no, default disabled. This is our indeterminate. And this is, and we have all of them already. So this is great, because later on when you come here to assets and we go to our checkbox plus test, we have all here perfectly ordered, and we can just drag it, and we have this, and we don't have to be thinking about how to position our you know, our text and which color of text, and everything is in a nice place. Okay, so let's go with the border now. So let's go with our radio buttons. Radio buttons are pretty much the same as this, just with, we are going to do the same thing. No, I'm not going to do the same thing as we did before. We could actually, let's make a trick here, which is bring down an instance of this. We are going again to put this 24 by 24 as we did here. So this is going to be 24. What we can do here is rise this up. I usually go with 100, so it's good to go. It's a perfect circle. We could do this just with a normal circle and could be all right. but just for the sake of consistency and for it's like dependent on the master, I think it's good enough. So let's see how others make the radio buttons. They have this default and then this kind of checked inside another circle. Let's see, explore. Kind of the same stuff, but they put like this, the circle like with this color, with their kind of primary color. Let's see how brainstorming does their radio buttons. So yeah, they do it like this. Okay, I'm not sure about putting colors for the radio buttons. I think this is a better choice actually, to put these colors to be consistent with all the elements. So for me, this is the way to go. This would be our default. Let's go back to layer so we can see what we are doing. And this is going to be our radio button. And this is going to be called the default. All right. Now we are going to create like this one. We are going to change it like this. And this is the neutral 80. So we are going to put here like neutral 80. Where are you? Here. So this is going to be our, let me just copy this. And this is going to be our default disabled. And now we are going to start creating our checked. So we are going to make an instance of this. And this is going to be like, we are going to detach it. So we are not creating a lot of stuff in the middle. I'm going to ungroup this. And we are going just to put another circle inside. In this case, we press O or go here and choose an ellipse or an oval or circle. We are basing everything on an 8 pixel grid. So if we would to be like super purists here, could be something around that. But what happens with this is it's too tiny for me. So I'm going to go with the 4 pixel grid, and this is going to be like 12. Okay. 12 is good. I like how it looks. Let's see at 100. Yeah, it's good. We could just pump this even to that. It's not bad, but let's undo and keep it on 12. That's good. So this could be our component, like our radio button checked. And let's make a copy of this and let's make it like, yeah, like this. So this is an instance, so I'm going just to yeah, I'm going just to detach it and go with this color. Let's make this yeah, neutral 20, something around that, and this is going to be a neutral 60 we were picking here. 80, I don't know, I don't remember. Let's see what color. Neutral 80. Something like this. Yeah, maybe this is too much. We need to this to pump down. Yeah, I think it's good. It's not so common to see this, but yeah, you get the idea, right? So yeah, let's create this our radio button check disabled, and yeah, everything is good. This is the default disabled, this is the default. All right, so again we are going to tidy up this, and we are going to put here like 16, so we keep it on the line of our grid, and everything is aligning pretty good. So we are going to create instances of this, and since we are just putting everything into the layout and to the grid. That's much better. So now we are going just to copy this text here. Good to go. Good. We can press like Command D to make duplicates of this, and then we see if everything is right. We just align it. Seems pretty good to me. So we are going to create a new component with this. In this case, it's going to be radio button plus text. Then this is the default. Yeah, looking good. So I'm going to copy just this, so I don't have to be like coming back and forth. So let's create this disabled state. Then we are going to this checked, and this is the check disable. Okay, so we have our checkboxes and we have our radio buttons. In radio buttons there is no such a thing like in the terminate or whatever. So I think it's good enough for now. So see you in the next lesson, continue making more components. Hey, welcome back to this lesson. The house, in case you're wondering, is holding up. So we can continue with the lesson. So now we are going to draw our tags and our switch button. Okay, as you can see, this is kind of the morphology of these items, like off and on, and then the tags, we have them here, and let's see how others do it. It's good to see how people do their own stuff. I don't see anything here actually about that. They don't have like switches here. Let's see in brainstorming. Yeah, we have the same, the off and on, and then the tag is pretty similar to this. Anyway, so we have the morphology. A tag is just a rectangle with a text on it and something to remove it. We are not going to make the selector. I've never used them. For that I usually do use the radio buttons. In this case I use just icons. If I need something like successful or something, then I just put an icon, so I don't make a component of it. So we are going to create our switch component. So for that I'm going just to create an instance of this, and I'm going just to detach this instance. I'm going to ungroup it. You see it's inside a frame, I don't need it. And if we made this, as you remember, this is coming from master input default. We pick it up from this old guy from here. So we are going just to put it there. But as you can see, this is a little bit small, right? I think, yeah, it's like, this is 28, this is 24. Let's see how others do it. This is 28, this is 24. This seems like a common thing to me. Let's see if they have like a switch here. Maybe toggle. No toggle, no switch. So here they don't have it. Anyway, we can try to do it as this. Maybe it's a little bit small, but let's see how it goes. So switch, actually it's kind of this and an oval, and this oval, it's like there. This we can make it like multiple of 8, so the width could be, I don't know, 32, 40. This is 44, it's not so bad. This could be 48. Let's see how it goes. Not so bad. We can do something that this can be, instead of 1 pixel, 2 pixels, so it's more noticeable that it is, because if we leave only 1 pixel between this and that, it's going to be really small. So let's see how others position. The off is on the left, the off is on the left, and on the right it's blue. So let's just come back to our design system and yeah, make a component of this, and this is going to be called, where are you? This, you are going to be toggle. I want to call it toggle or switch. Let's call it toggle. And this is going to be default. And we are going to make a copy of this, and we are going to detach it. We are going to bring this here and put it on blue. There are many ways of doing this. Some others, what they usually do, it's just paint kind of this on blue. Check this out, and this is like white. Why is that? Because you really see more this element, right? You see more the difference between both of them. If I only change the color, maybe people with some disabilities and some color problems can struggle knowing the difference between this and that. I mean, based on the color, right? That's why some people in some design systems, you will see that in some of them they put something like this. So they just do this kind of little check. So you are seeing that the checkbox is, well, this toggle button, this switch is activated, but it depends. This is super accessible, but just for the sake of our design, our minimalist design system, we are going to leave it like that. And we are to create this, and this is going to be toggle active. All right, so this is going to be like this, and what we want to do, it's exactly the same thing we did before. We are going to create instances of this, and we are going to put a text. This is tricky because sometimes you know, you put the switches on the right and the text here, so it's not that you use it this way, but since we have created all these elements with this, we are going to make it like that, and it's fine for now. Okay, so this is going to be 16 pixels. This is good to go. Let's check that it's on the middle. It is. So we are going to create a component. In this case, it's going to be called toggle plus text default. Okay, and this is going to be, I'm just going to drag this text again and create component, and this is going to be active. All right, so we are good. And now we are going to create our tags. All right. So we are going to create our tags. We see how the morphology of a tag is. Let's see if these people have tags. No tags, neither. Jesus, they don't have anything. Well, we have seen that tags is basically, as we said before, a rectangle, a text, and something to remove it. But there is something interesting here. As you can see, they don't make versions of it. A tag is a tag and it's good. Brainstorming does the same thing. So we are going to do our own stuff as usual. So we are going to paint just a rectangle here. We bring out layout again. So we just press Control G in Mac, or you just go here to View and you go to so layout grids. So you can just show it like that. And we are going to paint, yeah, something like this. It's important to know that tags sometimes are inside inputs. There are kind of input tags. Maybe we will do the components later. It's a kind of a tricky component, but maybe we do it later. And so it has to fit, tags had to fit here. All right, so we are going to do it, make it from to 24. We are going to put here 4. As you can see, when we are working with smaller shapes, as we said before, you can see this seems like it's more rounded than this. Can you see it? So that's why sometimes we need just to put it like that. And this seems pretty much more natural. You can feel it, that it's more natural there. Let's zoom in. Yeah, if we go there, it's maybe 3 could be good, but if we put 4, you see it's too much. So let's go with 3, because 3 is in this case the magic number. Well, like the song. But yeah, we are good to go. So we remove this, and we have, I'm going to remove the layout. It's kind of annoying. So we are going to put here like our neutral colors, or maybe our neutrals are too neutral. Maybe we need something like this to pump this a little bit. So I'm going to copy this placeholder. Is going to be huge compared to our tag, and it's we need something smaller. 13, it's coming up to save us. And what we can do here is put our primary color, which is pretty cool, our super beautiful color. And I want to show you something we didn't do before. If we create here an auto layout, well, it does, but imagine we have like another element. I'm going to do it now. Imagine this circle here. Going to make it a little bit smaller, and this is going to be later on our symbol for closing, removing this thing. Imagine we want to make this like we did with our buttons, an auto layout, and we select all the elements and we click here on auto layout. Let's see what's happened. Jesus Christ, it's doing it well. But before, what it used to do, I'm amazed by this program. It's improving so much. Before, what it does is this background was on the left, the placeholder text was outside the box here, and this button was on the right of the text, was making weird things. But now it's improving a lot. I'm amazed. So we see we are still on the 14 side of our element. And here what we are going to do is come here and look for a cross. Where are you? Cross or something. I cannot see it. Maybe there isn't something like that. There is this thing but I want like just maybe I have to do it. Well, I can copy this. Yeah, I think I can. So I'm going to copy this and bring it here. Jesus. So I'm going to bring this down to 12, and this has, I'm going just to break to detach this stuff, because I'm not interested in all of this circle and everything. I just want this sign here to be 1 pixel, and this big thing here to be 1 pixel too. And I want to select both of them and make them bigger. Oh, yes, something like that. That's good. Okay, so something, this is better for me. Then we are going to apply the, I don't know, some of this neutral. This is too far away. It's too much, and this is too big. It's 8 pixels and seems like a whale or something. It's too big for me. So I'm going just to bump this down. This line to the middle, it's good. Something like this, and I'm going to see how this, yeah, they are to 7, going to increase to 8. So this tag looks good to me at 100%. And if we have like, imagine we have this and we are putting our input, our tags here, seems pretty good to me. If we are, imagine we have some of them, it's 8. Yeah, seems pretty good. So we have our tag, and what we are going to do, it's whoop, what I just did, I removed it. So I'm going to create this, and this is going to be the tag default. I haven't done something, and it's like this plus button to make it yeah, later on if we create a copy of this, we can just delete it, so we are good to go. Yeah, that feels good. Well, it doesn't really feel good because this is kind of active, and maybe I just want like a something like that. Yeah, I think this is better. So I'm just going to leave it this way. And what about something darker? Yeah, this is cool. I like this. Yeah, I think we are gonna leave it like this. So yeah, we have our tag default, and yeah, I don't think we can do pretty much about it. You just remember, if you don't want this, you just delete it and you have it. So we don't need to create another different tag for this. We can go with that. So see you on the next lesson. Hey, welcome back to this new episode. In this case, we are going to make the drop down for this select. Remember that we did this, let me just remove this. Remember that we did this complete component, so in case we don't need some pieces or some parts of it, we can just remove them. I want to replicate these drop downs here. Well, kind of, because this is kind of attached to this field, but we are going to make it like separate. Let me see. Yeah, kind of this. Okay, so we are going to replicate some kind of pop over or drop down like this, okay, instead of this. So we are going to our design system again, and we are going to copy this with, remember, with the Alt key, or you can just copy and paste it and you are good to go. And we are going just to make it bigger, just for the moment. Actually, I don't want the default. I want like the focused. Nah, default is fine. So let's imagine we have some options here. I'm going to copy this text of the placeholder, copy and paste it, and then just drag it here. Okay. Imagine we want like a bunch of elements in the menu. We are going to position this on the left and on the top, and then we are going to use auto layout here, and we are going to separate it by 16 or 24. Maybe it's better. I'm going to just do it by hand. So let's see how it goes. This would be like 16. Split holder is kind of down. So for this particular case, we can do something that it's at effects. Effects is the part where you can enter. I have to detach this. No. Effects is the part where you can insert like inner shadows or drop shadows, or insert some blur, horrible, and background blur. To edit this drop shadow, what you do is you just click on the sun icon, and then you apply just the blur you want or need, or in this case it's like 25. What I usually like to do is to go with my local colors, the colors I choose before, pick some blue. Well, this is too rough obviously, but what we can do is decrease the opacity. Sometimes it's good as well to choose like a not so hard black, a pure black. You can just choose some color of your neutrals, and you drop down this to 10 or to 20, something like this. In this case, I'm going just to remove this neutral. I don't want border anymore. What I want is, let me group this. What I want is when I press the drop down button, this kind of drop down appears, right? But I don't want it with border or something. I want just to stand out. So this is how we are gonna make it. And there are some tricks for this. I did this for the auto layout, and this is cool, but because you can add more elements, but as you can see, this doesn't resize. Okay, so for this work, what we are going to do, and there is another thing. Sometimes when you are working with these elements, what happens is, imagine you are hovering some of the elements. It has this kind of like, let's say something like this, like you are really hovering. You know what I mean? So when you hover, this background would be on the element I'm hovering. So instead of making this and work as we expect, and to be like as most reusable or responsive without having to detach it, what I suggest is you create a component of this. So we are going to create here, like in this case I'm going to name it. Probably later on I will rename it again, but just now I will just do like drop down text, and drop down text, and I'm going to put like how I'm going to call this, like hover. And I'm going to duplicate this, and instead of this I'm going to put it like white. And what is that? I like to do this because that way I can interchange them. So I'm going to make another component from this, and I'm going to call it like default. Maybe it doesn't make any sense, but now we have these two components, and we are going to just remove these ones. You will see why we are doing this. So we are going just to put this here. Okay, so they are going to be separated by this part, so they are going to be touching each other, and what I want is this wrapper to be like increasing. If I duplicate this placeholder element, probably, well, this default, if I duplicate it, I want this to make it that it makes it bigger. Okay, so for that I'm going to make an auto layout from this. Okay, I know what's going on. These are my masters, and you cannot do this with masters. You have to do it with instances of the master. So now I can do it, and so I select here auto layout, and this is going to be like fully responsive. So we are going to give 8 pixels here, up and down. I'm going just to remove this from here. And what happens now, if I duplicate this, like this element, and put it here, as you can see, this is responsive. You see? Well, I selected what it wasn't. Now it's, imagine I don't want this as hover, I just can change it, or if I want like hover, I just do it. So we have now we have our masters here, components for the placeholder text, and now we have this. There are some times that maybe you have another kind of elements here. Let's imagine you have this, you could have this with icons too. Sometimes you need some icons for edit, or because you can reuse this component for a drop down. In this case, I want to bring the yeah, this down. I want just to make, yeah. So you get the point, right? That you can interchange elements. So this is pretty cool. Imagine we want like to insert like some elements here, like some icons. So what I do, it's just let's bring like a trash or something here. Where is the trash? Here is the trash. So I'm going to make an instance of this, bring it here. I'm going to change the color, and I'm going to select without red, without primary red. Well, actually I'm going just to, yeah, it's like a selection here, and let's see where we are and how this is. I'm going to detach this. I'm going to insert here my icon. Let's see how it was constructed. So I'm going just to ungroup. This is again like an instance. I want to detach this instance, and then I want to insert this here. Again, we could make just one symbol with an icon, then delete it here in the instances, but we are going to make like a couple of elements, so it's easier later on to change it. So in this case, I'm going to change the color. It's just like for a delete option. And what I'm going to do, it's with these two elements, I have just to ungroup this again. With this and this, I'm going to create an auto layout thing, and with this, I'm going to create another auto layout. Okay. So, and now this, we are going to make it like a component, and this is going to be called drop down test hover. This is going to be drop down test critical. So now if you are here, imagine you have like a last, you can just change it to critical, or we can just duplicate this and just like detach this instance and then change this color. Imagine later on you want I don't know, like a gray or something, and then some text like this for your actions. Imagine this is not a delete, like a trash in another thing. Let's say like, I don't know, like an edit. Let's see more. Let's go for an edit. Yeah, this one. And then we change the color. We change it to this one, something like this. Imagine you have like an edit button here, right? Then we can create another we can call it icon. So now what we could do is just come here and go here. Well, I prefer to do it just on the similar items. So we come here and we have that icon, and then we come here and we have an icon. And another cool thing, it's if we want to change like the background color, what we can do is come here and make these ones like hover. So you don't really need to create another one. Sometimes it's easier, but you can just override it here on the item. Okay, so that would make us like another kind of component. So we have our drop down made. Imagine we want to come back to the place we came, which is with the default, just results. We have it here. So I find it pretty easy to do and pretty cool. So this is our drop down, and see you on the next lesson. Hey, welcome back to this new session. And now what I wanted to show you some interesting things about Figma plugins. You know, you can amplify the possibilities of Figma with plugins. If you go here and you go to plugins, or you go to this menu and then go here to plugins and go to manage plugins, you can see some featured plugins on here. The most popular plugins here, the ones I have already installed. And I wanted to talk about one particular plugin, which is called Rename It. Well, yeah, this one. Why I wanted to show you this one, because if we come here, if we are in layers, we come here to assets and we see our local components. You can see here that we have like buttons, button, then icons, feather icon. That this is not bad, but maybe we don't need this, just buttons and then icons, and then we want like this, don't have like buttons, button, link. You know, we want to get rid of these first parts of here, so we don't need it anymore. So what we are going to do is select all our buttons. Let's see here in our layers. You can see here that they have like this button thing here, name, that we put it before. But since we have these components inside a frame that has this name, what Figma does is pick the artboard name as the main folder, as this first one. And then if we put button again on the name of our asset, it's going to be like kind of redundant. So you could manually be changing here, like deleting this button here, but we don't want that because it's too tedious and it's time consuming. So there are plugins for that. And this one is called Rename It. So we are going to go here and we are going to find replace selected layers. Okay. And what we want to find, it's the text button, and replace it with nothing. What we want is that it finds this chain of text and replace it with just an empty state. So now you're going to see all this button stuff, text here is going to disappear, and now we have it. So if we come back here to assets and we go to buttons, you can see now it only says buttons, but it doesn't say that buttons slash buttons again, which is kind of redundant. And we are going to do the same with the icons. As you can see, icons slash feather icons. I don't want that. I just want my icons to be just icons. So we come back here again to icons. And as you can see, we have to we want to get rid of this feather icon. So we come back again to the plugins, rename it, find replace selected layers. And then we are going to put feather icon. I think there is a space and between the slash, yeah. And you can preview here how these icons are going to be named. So we can rename it. If maybe imagine you want to name these icons like icons, you can just, as you know, put some text here for replace this with this, and you are good to go. You can see a preview of how will good end up. But in this case, I just want to get rid of this feather icon space slash thing. So just press rename. Takes a while, a little bit, but now we have our icons like in the first part. So now we have, this is better, much better, as you can see. Okay. The input, we created them all right. So we don't need to do this because in the names we did put here, we can see here in layers, it's there is no input before, so it's just the checkbox. Okay, so this is something interesting. I'm going to show you another useful plugins here. For instance, imagine we draw a rectangle and we want to insert a photo. You don't need to download it, and you know, it's kind of tedious. So you can search here for photos. Imagine we want a horse, and then you just press on the horse you want and it's inserted here. So this plugin, Annex Plus plugin, is pretty cool. And another plugins I use a lot is Iconify. Iconify, what it does is, imagine you sometimes need to put your, I don't know, social media icons or something. You just go here for Facebook, and then you have the plugin, this icon in the plugin, and then you just press import icon, or you just double click it. And well, sometimes double click, it doesn't work too good. Well, I think it did it, but should have, yeah. And now you have here your icon, and you can just make it bigger or whatever you need. So Iconify, remember this plugin is pretty cool, and it has, let me just remove this. It has a lot of set of icons. Imagine you want material design icons, you can press here and you are going to, I want to get rid of this again, and you have all the icons here. So it's pretty cool when you are designing an interface or something and you just need a particular icon or an arrow or something, but you don't need all set of icons. You can just import it here like arrow, and then you can search for the icon you need. It's pretty cool. It have like emojis as well. So if you don't want to put it this way, like inserting here, and you want it like make like a vector, so afterwards you want to export it like SVG, you can just go to emoji 1 here, and let's get rid of the arrow, and then you have the emoticons here, right? So I found this plugin really useful. Let's see what else we have here. If you are really into contrast, accessibility issues, and you want to know if a text it renders good and people with some view disabilities can make it, you can just run this plugin. Okay, so this works with this. I use some of them, so you can see here some visibility issues in the buttons. Yeah, it's as you can see, is mainly in the disabled buttons. Okay, but disabled buttons, they don't have to be so you know, accessible, because at the very end, if you put too much contrast on them, it doesn't seem disabled, it seems like active or something like that. Okay, but the rest of the buttons are okay. So I just wanted to let you know about plugins. You can investigate, there are many of them to put real content into your designs. A lot of stuff you can do with the plugins, even charts and graphics, and put avatars of people. So yeah, have a look here and into manage plugins part, and you can see there are plenty of them, and yeah, super interesting plugins. And the good thing of most of the plugins is you can have it, or you cannot have them, but the tool works is exactly the same. So yeah, have a look here, look at this kind of installs thing, so you can see the most installed plugins, which is usually the most useful ones. So have a look at them, and I hope you enjoy to use them. Okay, see you on the next session.
Hey, congratulations, you made it till here, and I hope you enjoyed the class and the course, and you have learned what is it and why to use a design system. I encourage you to put it into practice and do your own design system. It's easier to make it than explain it sometimes, because I think you can make it in a short time. So let's try it and do it. So see you on the next course or the next session. All right? See you there.